order. Are there any others on the call other than?
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mayor Connery calling. If you're on Zoom today, you will not be able to see me, at least for the time being, because we're having an issue with the one computer that's in front of me here. But I think we can go ahead and proceed with the meeting. So I'm going to call it to order. And I can let you know that in the room this morning, besides myself, we have Councillor Janice Bray, Councillor Joe Lamb, and Councillor Brian Woods. And Councillor Scott Nash is also on remotely on Zoom. And in the room, we have our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder, and our new public works manager, Mike, who is, I believe is going to be introduced later on. Is that
Sure. Yeah.
the plan? Okay. So let's get started with the singing of our national anthem, please. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. Is there any pecuniary interest in today's proceedings to be declared by any member of council? We thank you. Let the record show that one was declared. Next, we need a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Woods moves and Councillor Lamb. The right box here. Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Lamb seconds. Any discussion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hand up yet.
No, they don't. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just one item. I'd briefly spoken to the clerk about it, the CAO clerk, late last week. I believe we need to have an item enclosed today just for a brief update and direction regarding a legal matter, which I believe the clerk will know what I'm speaking to, the CAO. So I'm not sure if he might be able to update everybody on what he feels we should do there.
Do you know what Councillor Nash is?
Yes, I do. And if council would like an update on that issue, certainly there's no action that's required right now, but I can provide an update if you see fit. And it would need to be added to the closed agenda.
So under what exemption in the municipal act would it follow? Is it
It would be under legal.
Yeah.
proceedings.
Yeah, I was just trying to find the section.
Well, okay, so it's
legal.
Is it a matter that is subject to solicitor-client privilege? Is that-
Yes, it is. Yes.
So are you then moving an agenda to the, or an addendum to an amendment to the agenda, Councillor Nash?
I would be, yes.
Well, I'll just put it on. I guess we need to do the amendment first. So the amendment is to add an item that is subject to solicitor-client privilege to the closed agenda.
Well, I'll second the motion.
All right, so it's moved by Councillor Nash, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Just make a little note here.
So that's gonna be
15.6.
15.6.
15.6 to closed solicitor-client privilege. Okay. Any further discussion on that amendment? Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. I have hands up in the room. and is that
Councillor Nash, yes.
Presented. Okay, so now the main motion as amended. Adding 15.6. So we're approving the agenda as presented and as amended by adding item 15.6. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash,
All right, thank you. That's carried. We have an agenda. Oh. And next on the agenda, we have a presentation by PSD Citywide on our 2024 asset management plan. Are they on the,
Yes, they are.
are they ready? Welcome, folks. I can't see you unfortunately, because I still can't see who's on Zoom here, but I'm assuming that you're gonna share a presentation of whatever, and I'll pass it over to our CAO clerk to get this set up. And I'll look forward to your presentation.
Through you, your worship, Alexa Wild is on the line. She does have a presentation on screen for anyone joining by Zoom. And I believe the presentation was also forwarded to all of council so that you could follow along on paper version. So Alexa, you can start now if you like.
All right, good morning. Thank you very much for having me. My first question is, can I just confirm that my presentation is showing up on screen?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. So again, thank you so much for having me come and present the findings of the 2024 asset management plan for Whitestone. I want to start by acknowledging that we can't do this alone. We can't magically write an asset management plan without contributions from administration. So I do want to give a big thank you to the previous and current CAO, the Finance Department, Public Works. Without them, we couldn't have pulled this report together. So the purpose of this project is to ensure that Whitestone is in compliance with Ontario Regulation 58817. This is ensuring that municipalities have asset management plans. There have been different stages and different deadlines required, so I will get into that in a moment. So in general, I want to give a brief overview of asset management before we get into the particular findings of Whitestone's asset management plan. So infrastructure in general is vital for communities. What we need is a way to organize what we own. Municipalities own a lot of infrastructure, so we need something better than a piece of paper saying that we own this or just in someone's head. We need to understand how these assets help us provide the services that we offer to our residents, our visitors, our businesses. And we need to ensure that we have accountability to those stakeholders for the services that they use. If their tax dollars are going towards it or they're paying a user fee, we want to make sure that they're getting a good bang for their buck for whatever they are contributing towards the infrastructure. So asset management, from a technical definition perspective, is a coordinated activity of an organization to realize the value from its assets. So if you think of it as a triangle, you're going to see cost, performance, and risk. And really, you can't affect one without changing the others. So, for example, if you spend more money, it is very likely that the performance is going to increase. So whether that be, the conditions of your roads improve, and also at the same time, your risk is going to decrease. There's going to be less accidents, less resident complaints. But the same is true on the opposite. If you decrease the spending, likely the performance of that asset, so in this example, roads, probably going to deteriorate a little faster, have a few more complaints, and you might end up getting so far down that path that it's starting to cause damage to vehicles because the roads aren't being maintained. So it is a balancing act. There is no perfect solution. It's about whatever works best for the municipality in balancing cost, performance, and risk. So what we started with is an asset inventory. And we pull this information from a bunch of different sources. So some of the information is going to come from what we refer to as a TCA inventory. That is your tangible capital assets. That's more of a financial reporting mechanism. We pull information from condition assessments that have previously been completed by the municipality. We spoke to Public Works and to the CAO to see what life cycle strategies or risk frameworks, maybe informally, but what the municipality is currently following. What do you currently do to your assets? And it's really important to incorporate that staff knowledge. The people that are working with the assets on a daily basis have an intimate knowledge that is really beneficial in this asset management planning process. So where we are is Ontario Regulation 58817 has required multiple steps over the last, about decade. So the first real deadline was by 2019, all municipalities had to have an asset management policy in place. Then by 2022, they had to have a asset management plan for what is considered core assets. So in the eyes of the province, they consider core assets to be roads, bridges, water, wastewater, and stormwater. So Whitestone had previously completed that asset management plan, but moving into 2024, we needed to add in what the province considers non-core asset categories. And that by no means means that the assets aren't important, because, for example, fleet and buildings are considered non-core, and I don't think you can run a municipality without having some kind of building and at least a pickup truck. But it's just their way of categorizing. So for 2024, we had to add in non-core assets in addition to the core assets that had previously been looked at. So the deadline for the 2024 asset management plan was July 1st, 2024. However, the province has been very accommodating in working with municipalities that are behind on that deadline, understanding that this is a big undertaking, especially for very small municipalities. So that's what I'm presenting today. What we will further be working on in the next couple months is the 2025 asset management plan. And this is where we take all of the assets that the municipality owns, and instead of only looking back at historical performance and historical spending, we'll be looking forward at what we're calling proposed levels of service. With, is there anything we want to change? And is it affordable if we stay on the trajectory that we're currently on? So that will be coming in the future. So in general, requirements for asset management plans, for updating, reviewing, and public posting. After 2025, once you've completed that version, asset management plans from here on out will need to be updated at least once every 5 years. That doesn't mean that that you should just ignore it for 5 years. The OREG does require that council would conduct a review of asset management progress on or before July 1st of every year. So the intention of these plans is to set a goal and then track every year. Are we getting closer to our goal? Are we getting farther away? Do we need to make any changes or pivots to meet the current needs of our organization? And lastly, the asset management policy and the asset management plan need to be posted on the municipal website for public transparency. So this asset management plan, we're always looking at asset management plans as a snapshot in time. Things are always changing. A road is getting repaired, a truck is getting replaced. So we do need to kind of pick a point in time that we're going to look at. So for this asset management plan, it was based on year end of 2024, so very current. And what the asset management plan looks at is what's the current state of municipal infrastructure? How are we doing? What are the conditions? How old is everything? And how much is it worth? What process improvements can we make to increase the confidence that we have in this data, to have more informed decision making on the part of administration and council? And lastly, what is the municipality's financial capacity to meet the long-term capital requirements? Sometimes when you own so much infrastructure, it's really difficult to say, how much should we be spending every year to make sure that we don't fall behind? So as an overview of the entire portfolio, we looked at 5 different categories. So your assets were put into bridges, buildings, roads, vehicles and equipment, and land improvements. And just for a bit of clarification, because this was a bit of a change since the 2022 asset management plan, we did not include sections on water, wastewater, and stormwater. We did roll those into buildings because Whitestone does not have any dedicated municipal water system. All of the water and wastewater systems are specific to buildings. So they certainly were looked at, but not at the same level as what the province would consider core infrastructure, because you're not providing municipally supplied potable water and wastewater collection. So here you can see that all of the assets put together total $42 million in total replacement cost. And what that means is if we had to replace everything you own today with today's construction costs, it would be about $42 million. So when we are calculating that, it comes from a couple different areas. So I've shown here that what we're calling a primary replacement cost method. So for the road network, we didn't have current costing that we could use. So we did take the historical costs of the road network and applied an inflationary rate to bring it up to $2025. For the other asset categories, we did use what's called user defined. So this would be someone within the administration providing a dollar figure for replacing this bridge or this pickup truck in today's dollars. That is certainly more accurate and can help with the confidence levels in projecting long-term requirements, as the farther away you get from an original construction or purchase date, the less it correlates with inflation. So we always want to use user-defined wherever we can. So this is a brief overview of the conditions of the asset portfolio. So the more green and blue you see, it means like the better overall conditions in those categories. If you're seeing a bit more red and orange, that means that they might not be performing as well. So what we've found here is that the road network isn't in great shape. Now, some of this might be because of how we're calculating conditions. If we didn't have a condition assessment where someone had gone out and said, yes, this asset is in good condition, this asset is in poor condition, we would use age to approximate. But on the next slide, I will show we did have quite a few condition assessments. So it does look like the majority of road assets are in poorer condition. So that might be an area that we would want to focus on to try and bring that average up. However, when looking at the entire portfolio, 71% of the assets are in fair or better condition. So I would say that's a really good target to maintain. So with those conditions, this is just a quick summary of how many of the assets had condition assessments. Anything that wasn't included in here was defaulted back to an age-based analysis. But we had a road assessment from 2020 that we did project into today. Bridges, as part of your biannual OSIM inspections, had great condition data. Buildings, and that included the buildings and the stormwater, wastewater, and water assets associated with them. We had about 76%. That was based on staff estimates, which is still better than using age, because it's pretty easy for, let's go down to vehicles. The person who's working on a vehicle or driving that vehicle every day, they can say, well, this one's in really rough shape, but this one's still pretty good. So, so we do have condition assessments for the vast majority of the assets owned by Whitestone. So using assessed condition data really does help improve asset management decision-making. It can mitigate risks associated with asset failure because we know what's coming up. We know what has moved from a fair condition into a poor condition, or from a poor condition down into a very poor condition. It can also help us identify if there's any intervention that we can do to help extend the life before it's too far gone. So this might be an asphalt road that you can see that it's getting pretty bad, but you want to do an asphalt overlay before needing a full replacement, because that might give you another 10 years, which over the long run might be more cost effective. And then it can help be more accurate in predicting when assets are going to fail. So you can plan ahead in your long-term capital planning that, okay, we know that this grader is in pretty rough shape. Let's put that on the books for 2028, so that it's not a surprise that something has broken and now we need to buy something right away. So if we were to do everything ideally at exactly the right time, meaning that if you had predicted that a pickup truck was going to last 10 years and you replaced it exactly at 10 years, instead of trying to squeeze out any additional life out of it, we have calculated that you would need to spend about $1.1 million per year on capital infrastructure in order to maintain the assets that you currently own. So this forecasted capital requirements goes for 75 years. And it's just showing that you're going to have some peaks and valleys. The average is going to be 1.1 per year, but some years you're going to spend less than that. And what we would recommend is that that excess would go into a reserve, because the next year you might be spending much more, because it really depends on what assets are being replaced. So in order to make that happen, we have reviewed a financial strategy. And what we're looking at here is the capital requirement being that 1.1 million and the funding that is currently available. So we did look at the last 3 years of historical funding. And when we average out what the municipality is contributing to capital funding, where from sustainable funding sources. And when we say sustainable, we mean things that we can count on every year. So that means what we are taking from taxes to put towards a capital. The Canadian Community Building Fund coming from upper governments, OSIF funding for infrastructure. And those are considered sustainable. What we can't consider sustainable are things like one-time grants that you may have received for a specific project. So when we look at sustainable funding over the last few years and kind of average things out, it does look like you've been spending an average of about $650,000 per year, which shows a deficit of $480,000. So to put the figures a little differently, it means that you're currently spending about 58% of the long-term capital requirements, whereas the ideal would be 100%. So here we're showing by category which asset categories are being over or underfunded. So a reminder that this is a snapshot in time. This is only over the last few years. So if we were to have looked at this over the last decade, it might look a little different. But we are seeing that there's a bit of an underinvestment in bridges and culverts, in buildings, not quite as bad in vehicles, and you are fully funding your road network. So there's some balancing act that needs to be looked at here from a long-term perspective. So in analyzing your finances, we have come up with a recommendation that if you wanted to reach 100% funding, if you wanted to strive for that ideal, you would need to increase taxes by about 13%, which doesn't make sense to do in one jump. It's not politically appetizing. Residents don't want to see that kind of tax increase. It's not really affordable. So we looked at how much you're contributing, how much taxes would have to be increased each year to reach that, and over what kind of time span. And one of the things that we did consider here is we've picked 6 years because in year 6 there is some debt that that the municipality is currently making payments on that will fall off in year 6, and that amount allocated towards capital to minimize any kind of tax increase. So if we were to follow that recommendation, it would be a tax increase of 1.4% annually for 6 years before stabilizing, with that additional tax revenue being reallocated solely to capital funding. So with that, our recommendations and next steps. We've made a great start as part of this asset management planning process to develop a single source of truth asset registry. We did pull information from a bunch of different places, which is great for the asset management plan, but we want to make sure that Whitestone has a centralized data repository that can be updated regularly and have confidence when administration is looking for information on the assets. So with that would come a data governance strategy to make sure that the data is being managed consistently by the organization. Next would be to continue our work and prepare for the 2025 requirements of OREG 58817 by incorporating any changes to proposed levels of service. And in addition to the report, considering development of a long-term communication strategy to engage the public to see if there are any changes, either increase or decrease in services that the public would like to see from the municipality. And lastly, we will always recommend a continuous improvement and regular review. The asset management plan is a living document. It does change every year as assets are improved or sold or disposed of. So we want to make sure that that it is treated as a living document and not something that just sits on a shelf. And then looking at the annual capital and operating budgets to ensure that if there is any way to improve asset management planning in the future, if they require any kind of financial support, whether that be for a consultant or a staffing position, etc., that is considered during the operating budget deliberations. So with that, that is a brief summary of your asset management plan, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Alexa, for your presentation. I guess I would just point out that most of us did not have a copy of the presentation itself. Now, we do have your full report in our package that was circulated, the 86-page part, which I guess contains the same information with a lot more detail. But anyway, we'll open it up to questions from councillors based on what they heard you talking about and what they hopefully will have read in the body of the agenda package itself.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Lamb had his hand up
sure.
first there, Councillor
Thank you.
Nash.
Yeah, thank you, Alexa, for your report. We didn't get, as the mayor said, we didn't get to see your presentation here, but I have maybe 3 or 4 questions. This is a very comprehensive report. I'll just ask them in an order. First of all, we've analyzed all our assets, right? You've got core assets, non-core assets. I know that this asset management program has been going on over the last 3 or 4 years anyway. So my question, everything's now analyzed. Is that correct? Yes or no? Or is there more elements that we haven't studied?
To my knowledge, this asset management plan should include all of the assets owned by the municipality. The caveat there is that because we are pulling information from a bunch of different sources, I cannot confirm if any individual asset was missed. But that is why we have the recommendation of a one source of truth repository that can be used in the long term to ensure that things aren't missed. But to my knowledge right now, this should include all of the major capital assets that the municipality owns.
Okay, so my second question is, and again, I go back to the report we received maybe before this council, but 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. And it said, actually, it was before the last election, and it said, boy, your roads are a whole bunch of them, like 70% of them are in poor shape, or there were a bunch of, like, the percentage was really unreal as to how many were in poor or very poor shape. And you mentioned it in this report that our roads are in poor shape, but yet you say we're overfunding. Like I heard you say, oh, we've got too much money into roads, or we're putting all the money we need to into roads. That doesn't make sense to me. If they're in poor shape and we're fully funding it, why are they not in poor shape? Aren't they in good shape? Like,
Great question.
Is that right, or am I mistaken?
So that's a great question. because we only looked at the historical funding of the last 3 years, what is likely happening is there may have been a chronic underfunding for many years before that. So having the last 3 years of being fully funded may not be enough to pull you out of the backlog of, it may be decades of underfunding. We didn't look that far back in funding. So it is that balancing act that we need to look at for how much money is being spent. It's you look to be doing good right now, but if you if there was a historical issue with funding levels, it's going to take a while to get those conditions to catch back up.
Shouldn't this report reflect that? Like you're sort of saying, well, you know, I sort of get what you're saying, but I mean, you would think that you would capture all that in your report to say, whatever, your roads are underfunded because of this. As opposed to saying, well, we didn't look back past 3 years ago. Like, anyway, that's just a comment, I guess. I
So
take
to
it
address
any of
that-
this stuff, when you say, you know, the funding and whatever is before inflation, is that correct?
The funding levels are stated in 2025 dollars. So if we say you should spend X amount in 2030, that is not assuming some random inflation rate to 2030. So all of the numbers stated in the report are based on today's dollar.
Okay. Oh, you know, I only, I'll keep it to 2 more. On page 204 of your report, or of your memo, whose memo is this? Oh, this is the staff memo. It says, AMP recommends, you should be investing 1.1 million annually to sustain current, infrastructure and prevent long-term service, disruptions. Over the last whatever number of years, we've been investing 652. So we have a shortfall of an annual funding shortfall of 480,000. And then when I look later, it says, oh, you should be putting 1.4% over 6 years. 1.4% is approximately $60,000 a year. Okay. So we're underfunding it by 480 a year, and we're going to put 60,000 a year, increase it over the next 6 years. And then because some funding is or some loan that comes off our books, we can ramp it back. That math doesn't make sense to me, but I'm probably wrong. How can we put 60,000 when we're 480,000 annually shortfall? Like that doesn't make sense. And it also assumes that between now and 6 years from now, we're not going to have any project that will not borrow money, which is, I don't think, right. What municipality goes 6 years without borrowing a nickel on anything? Like
Yeah, so
I'm not trying to pick the report apart. It's just, to me, it's inconsistent.
So there's a few, oh, sorry. I'll address a few of the questions there. So the annual increase of 1.4% would be compounded. So we would be looking at that 1.4% on the increase of all taxes, right? So in 2024, it was budgeted that Whitestone was going to have tax revenues in the neighborhood of 3.7 million. So that is the number that we would be looking to increase by 1.4%, with all of that funding going towards capital. And how that looks is that you would increase it by 1.4% in, let's say, 2026, but then that new revenue number, you would also increase by 1.4% in 2027. So you're only getting, let's say, that 60,000 extra in funding next year, but then the next year after that, you're at 120,000, and the year after that, you're at 200,000. So it's that compounding factor as to where you can get to that sustainable funding level. Where you're referring to borrowing money and us not accounting for that, in an ideal world, the purpose of having the long-term funding targets of being 100% fully funded is so that you wouldn't need to borrow money. The ideal is always that you have money sitting in reserves, making you money by collecting interest by sitting in your savings accounts or being invested, rather than falling behind, needing to borrow money, and now you're paying interest. This is working towards that ideal of ensuring that you are fully funded for the future so that you don't have to borrow that money.
Okay, I know you're talking, but I'm not getting it, and I'll leave it, because maybe others get it. But again, we're 480 a year shortfall annually, not what spike in time. We're 480,000. So over the next 6 years, let's say 500,000. Over the next 6 years, we're going to be what's that? 6 times 5 is 30. $3 million. Is that correct? Yeah, $3 million that we're going to be short. And we're going to put 60,000 a year for 6 years, which is 360,000. Like, even if you compound it, I know you're compounding it, like, that says to me, we're going to be 5 or 6 years from now, you're going to be 2.6. The shortfall is going to be 2.6 million. Plus, it doesn't, the math doesn't work. Anyway,
So
I'll leave it, because I think it requires much more than that, which we, quite frankly, it's pretty hard to taxes it go wild, right? So maybe I'm looking at this report more skeptically than I should. So I guess I'll leave it with a final question. How do we compare to other communities? You do these in every other community. Are we good, bad, in the middle? How do we sit? And the issues I'm bringing up, are they, maybe we're in good shape. I don't know. What's in other small rural communities like ours?
yeah, that's a great question. From an overall, all the municipalities that I work with in Ontario, I would say you're right in the middle. By being funded at a level of 58% of what is recommended, I would say that is pretty average. I have never worked with a municipality that was fully funded. Everyone is struggling with lack of sustainable government funding, with balancing the affordability for residents versus infrastructure needs. So I would say you're right in the ballpark for average municipalities. What I would say is, as far as like small municipalities, you would be ahead of the curve at being funded at 58%. Some of my other super small clients are in that, 40% funded, even 30% funded. So they have a long way to go to get to sustainability, whereas you guys are in a relatively good position where the recommendation of only 1.4% over 6 years is really manageable. We have many other clients where the recommendations end up being, 3% a year over 20 years, which is really difficult to swallow. So I would say in the scheme of all Ontario municipalities, you're in the middle of the pack, but when looking at small municipalities, you are ahead of the pack.
That's good to know, and thank you very much. I also just an observation. A lot of our future costs come into to bridges and culverts, which are only a few, right? I don't know how many bridges we have, but 6 or 8 or 9 or something like that. So, yeah, so that's where most of our shortfalls are. Is that correct? In terms of money, is that like 7 million bucks?
Yes. So with, I will just scroll to the financial strategy. For bridges and, culverts, it is recommending that you either spend or put away, because it's a combination, right? Of $335,000 a year, and, based on the last few years, you're at about 120,000. So that would be a big, area of shortfall. However, we do also see that that is a prime category where, you may be eligible for grant funding. And that can help take care of the shortfall if you can plan, in advance long enough to obtain a grant, for that strategic timing. So yes, bridges, I would say, is the most deficit, within the financial strategy.
Alexa, I'm done with my question.
Sorry?
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Councillor Nash, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alexa, thank you very much for your presentation. I was able to see it because I was on Zoom, so thank you. I guess a couple things. When you spoke about, that we're about 58%, and you've just said that, in regards to small communities, maybe we're better than average, kind of, which is good to hear. But with that said, I think as time goes on, where you'll start to see mass amalgamations is probably where a lot of communities are really underfunding themselves and really can't sustain it, right? So even though we're at 58%, the better we are from a point of view of meeting our targets will be the longer our municipality can last on its own, I think. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, absolutely. Where we see a lot of, whether it be forced amalgamation or a request to the ministry, to be dissolved, is because they've fallen so far behind that the backlog, they just can't see any way to tackle. So, by striving for that full funding, that is where you're minimizing the chance of that backlog increasing. So yes, if the main desire is to ensure that you want to stay sustainable, then funding this infrastructure is a huge piece of that.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. And I did understand your 12.9% in tax increases over 6 years when you compound it. So year two, you've taken the 1.4% and added another 1.4. So you're kind of 2.8%, but it's compounded. So maybe it's closer to 3%. So kind of 6 years out, we will have achieved, I'm going to say, a 13% increase in taxes. So in that 6 year mark, we're going to have an extra 450,000 every year. But the first few years, we might be a little short. But as time goes on, we'd get to that 12.9%, and then would also have to adjust that to inflation on a yearly basis. So it's 12.9 plus our yearly CPI indexed inflation, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Okay, so I totally understand that, and I get where you're coming from on it. Now, I noticed that you'd said that 71% of our roads, I think you'd said roads are in fair or good, or no, sorry, 71% of our infrastructure products are in good or fair condition, which is good. And I think over the last couple of years, I know I've been saying it and a number of other counselors have, we've been really trying to push to get our reserve numbers up a little bit. Because it was, in my eyes, it was really short in previous years. So I think we're trying there. And what I see on page 140 of our agenda, which is page 28 of your package, and this is something I've spoken to as a counselor in the past. You have gravel roads, replacement cost by segment, at 3.9 million. And you have surface treatment roads at 2.7 million. And one thing I've tried to bring up in the past is when I look at our gravel roads, we have 80.6 kilometers of gravel road. So 80.6 kilometers is going to cost 3.9 million to replace or upkeep. 2.7 million, so 2/3, I'm going to say, of 3.9 million would be the cost for surface treatment roads, 2.7 million. But we only have 21 kilometers of roads. And I keep stressing how much surface treatment costs us to maintain and to redo, right? It's costing 3, 4, maybe it's 5 times as much as gravel roads. Yes, they look nice, but there's a lot of upkeep, a lot of work on them, and it costs us a lot in money to upkeep a very small amount of roads. 2.7 million for 20 kilometers versus 80 kilometers of gravel at 3.9. So would you see that as an item that maybe we could look at closer as a municipality to say, is there something we could do there from an asset management plan to maybe revert some of our smaller roads back to gravel as when the replacement time comes? Would that possibly be a way of dealing with millions of dollars of shortfall?
Yeah, absolutely. So I go back to what I talked about with the triangle of cost, performance, and risk. This is exactly what I was talking about. Every municipality has to choose what's right for them. So if the cost is too much, then lowering that level of service to gravel from surface treated is a great way to save money, but you are increasing your risk of, you know, those local residents maybe calling you as a counselor a little more often, saying, you know, complaining about the dust or those kind of things. But that might be a risk that the municipality is absolutely willing to consider while balancing out the cost savings. There are other municipalities who think that gravel roads are too low of a level of service and they're trying to get rid of all of their gravel. Neither way is right or wrong. It's whatever is right for your municipality, and maybe your needs have changed. Maybe when they were surface treated, whether that be, you know, 10 or 20 years ago when they started being surface treated, maybe that was the right decision for the municipality at that time. But we need to make sure that we are looking at current needs. And does this meet the current needs? Are we overachieving and overspending on this level of service? And maybe we can pull back. So absolutely, that is a way that you can look at cost savings in the long term.
Okay, and I have just 2 more questions and I'll wrap it up here. And then one last comment at the end. So I know, again, you've suggested this 1.4%. And I know we're going through our budget, actually, it's coming up later today. And I had suggested one of my comments was simply, oh, I'm going to say an X% tax increase. We'll say it was, I'm just going to make it up, which it's not, a 10.1% tax increase. And I said, well, maybe we can round it to 11%, an extra 0.9% to put that money away to reserves. Because I know our reserves are underfunded. So I totally get what you're saying about this 1.4%, right? I tried to find ways to do it by some rounding on some of our budgets, right? I know in the past, this was a number of years ago, I think we had a tax decrease as a municipality. And that, you know, if you take a 1% tax decrease, you probably really compound an issue, because that'll take several years to get back, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
We certainly don't recommend tax decreases. And really, we don't recommend maintaining 0% tax increases. I know that that was a really popular thing, especially over COVID. But at the bare minimum, we believe that taxes need to be increased with inflation at the bare minimum, to ensure that you're not falling behind. Because really, a 0% tax increase is a tax decrease, because you can't buy as much with the same amount of money every year. So,
Okay, and I think a lot of us on council are understanding that and really trying to work towards it over the last few years. So I'd give us all on council a pat on our backs for trying, even though this report tells us we need to try a little bit harder and find ways. But I think we are all realizing the importance of it. Certainly when I asked about amalgamation, I see it. And then I guess, what would be, like, I know you spoke about vehicles, and I know if this makes sense, but I'm not sure if it's really for you or accounting. But instead of purchasing vehicles for staff to use, I'm not talking about a dump truck or an excavator, but vehicles that are used for transportation mostly. Is one way to help us from an asset management point of view just to lease vehicles instead of having them on our books, so it just becomes a yearly cost? Have you seen any municipalities doing that? So you kind of just lease a vehicle, I'll say for a building inspector, instead of purchasing $100,000 vehicle that you then need to maintain, you just lease something for a few years and give it back. Have you seen any municipalities do that, or do you have any comments on that, or is that not your wheelhouse?
I've seen it both ways. And I would say it's quite individual to the municipality, how many miles you're putting on it, how often you're planning on replacing them. If every municipality has a bit of a different policy, right? So some of the larger centers might have a policy that because of their image, they only want vehicles to be no older than 10 years old. Whereas the smaller municipalities will say, okay, we need to make sure that everything is no older than 20 years old. So those might look a bit different, where if you have a short lifespan, you want the fleet to constantly be new and refreshed, it might be better to have a lease program. Whereas you're probably going to have more bang for your buck if you're intending on keeping that truck for 20 years. It's probably cheaper in the long run to purchase it and go through the maintenance. So that would be more of an individual cost benefit analysis that you would need to go through within your municipality's parameters.
Okay, thank you. And my very last question and comment would be, again, just from an asset management point of view, I'm assuming if we notice things as a municipality that are in need of repair items, sometimes looking the other way can cost us a lot more money, right? I'm going to use an example of missing shingles on a roof. Turning a blind eye will cost us more money than making sure to get that fixed in a timely fashion, or fascia or flat or siding that's missing. These types of things, we see it, we really have to get these repaired quickly because it can just turn into a money pit if we avoid these things. Would I be correct in that assumption?
Yes, absolutely. There needs to be a relationship between your operating and your capital budgets, because if you drastically reduce the maintenance budget in your operating budget, it's going to cause your capital budget to skyrocket because of much more costly repairs needed prematurely, really. Whereas you can stretch out your capital spending if you have a really healthy maintenance budget. So it does need to be looked at as a system, and that one isn't being ignored, because it's the same as if you take a gravel road. If you're doing regular maintenance and making sure that the crown is there on the gravel road, and that drainage in the ditches aren't being inhibited, and that there's no standing water, that road is probably going to last decades longer than if you don't take care of drainage issues and there is standing water. You're going to compromise the base under the road and need to do a very costly rebuild of a section of that road. So it goes across all asset categories, but yes, if there are issues, they should be addressed in a timely manner to make sure that you're not just passing the buck down to a future capital budget where it's going to be a lot more costly.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Alexa. I'll let other counselors or anybody else speak now, but thank you very much. I found it informative, and I appreciate your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Other questions or comments from counselors? Counselor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just got a couple of quick ones, and I'm not sure if Alexa, if it's gonna be you that answers it or someone on staff. Thanks for your report. There's definitely a heck of a lot of information in here. On page 162 of our agenda, which would be 50 of your report, there's a section that says boat launches, dams, landfill, and parks, and I have really basic questions. Boat launches, it says we have 3. My count, I think we have 10. I was just wondering, is it just 3 that we actually own and not ones that we have land use permits for that we'll be responsible for? As far as asset management?
So this would be, I would defer this to the administration. These were, added in, they were not included in the original asset management plan from, 2021 or 2022. So this was just the information that was provided to me. So I'm not entirely sure on the legislative and administrative side as to what has like lease or use agreements versus owned and maintained by the municipality. So I will defer.
I'll just jump in here. If you look at, there is a map here that shows which ones they are, and it's the 2 on Wawashkesh and the 1 at the main landing in Dunchurch. None of the smaller ones, it looks like, got included here, and that, like Shawanaga or
Yeah.
Beach Road, or any
So, gooseneck.
Gooseneck or any of the other ones. So that we probably need to look at updating that a little bit.
Okay, that's.
I noticed that, yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because that would change that number, should change that number, correct?
Yeah.
If it was more. And parks, 4. We've got this one, we've got the Maple Island Commons and the baseball diamond. What's the 4th one? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Anybody?
I'll be honest, I don't know either.
That's my quick, simple question, just because I saw those and couldn't figure it out in my head. I thought maybe somebody else would have an answer.
Rogers.
I'm just quickly bringing up your inventory in the background, and I'm just going to look at what we have under that parks. For parks assets, we have a play structure, a shade structure and benches, the commons at Maple Island, and a ball diamond.
We're counting 2 here by the sound of it, maybe.
The beach and the pavilion.
I think a beach and the pavilion must be being counted separately. Don't know.
No sense. Oh. I mean, if we're counting this as 2, that, I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. Maybe we should look at this and do some revaluation on things.
They were probably bought at or purchased or built at different times, so they show on our books as different assets, and that's probably why.
Gotcha.
Did you have another question, Councilor?
No, okay.
Councilor Bray?
Thank you, Alexa, for your presentation, and I really enjoyed reading through your asset management plan. It's quite quite a large document. I do have a question. Should our cemeteries be included as well in this? Since we have, what, 4? 3.
There is no right answer as to whether they should or shouldn't be included. What I would say is if you expect that there are capital expenditures that would be coming in the future for cemeteries, then yes, they should be included. However, if the cemeteries are funded solely through the operating budget, then it wouldn't necessarily need to be in the asset management plan. It should be within Whitestone's operating budget and general operating plans. But so it depends on how you manage those cemeteries.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We've got,
Just ask one more.
sure, go ahead.
Just quickly, so bottom line, Lex, is that, starting next year, the recommendation is that before anything else, inflation or any other cost, the baseline is 1.4% tax increase, and then we go from there. Is that basically correct? And if we do that for 6 years,
Yes, that is that is
that what
the
you're
recommendation.
yeah, and oftentimes I hear people say, well, we didn't put enough in, or we didn't do this, or we didn't do that. Again, council can only react with the information that they have at the time, right? And we didn't have, 10 years ago, asset management plans that said, put this in or put that in or whatever. It was all by kind of gut feel, and this council has increased the reserves. Right now, we have just over, if we pass this budget today, which I'm sure we will, we have 2.1 million in reserves, which in my recollection on council is probably higher than we've ever had in 20 or 19, 20 years, whatever I've been on council. So we're moving in the right direction, and although I asked some skeptical kind of questions, I don't want people to run away thinking in any way that, we've got a serious problem here. Because as you say, in terms of rural communities our size, we're in good shape, is what I heard you say. So, but if you take into account all communities, we're an average, right? So,
Yes.
but anyway, thank you for your report, and I take it this will be put on our website so that people can view it or copy it or make copies available for ratepayers if they want it, and go from there. So again, thank you, Alexa.
You're very welcome.
Okay, and I'll add my thanks. We've spent a good time on this, but it is a very comprehensive report and it's a big subject. So thanks for. I think we've spent our time very well, and appreciate your presentation and your answering questions.
Yes, thank you for having me.
So just under matters arising from the presentations, could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the presentation by CSD Citywide regarding the 2024 Asset Management Plan? Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Woods. All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried. The next on our agenda is a planning matter for which we would move into committee of the whole. So could I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Bray. The council move into committee of the whole at, and I'm showing, what time is it here? My computer doesn't tell me. 11:21 looks like 11:21 a.m. All those in favor? Moving into committee of the whole. agree to that, Councillor Nash?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so our item is item 5.1, which is a planning matter. It's an application from let me see, Waflers are the applicants. And it starts on page. Oh, I had it here. Maybe in the whole, there we are. Starts on page 12 of your package. Do we have, this has come to us from the, the planning board. Do we have Patrick on the?
Yes, we do.
Call? Okay, welcome, Patrick. Would you, Patrick Christie from the Perry Sound Area Planning Board, would you like to introduce this item for us, please?
I would. Good morning, Mayor and Council. This application by the Waflers own almost 500 acres of farmland on Balsam Road, just north of Manson Lake. And the proposed consent is to create 3 new rural lots fronting on Balsam Road. This is a fairly straightforward consent application as far as I'm concerned. The lots will be the required rural standard of 100 meters and 2 hectares. In fact, most of the lots will exceed that. And it's very straightforward farmland, fairly straightforward consent. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from council on this application? Anybody? Pretty straightforward. All right then. I guess we don't have to spend any more time on it in that particular place. If there are no questions, we'll entertain a motion to reconvene to regular session then. Moved by Councilor Lamb, seconded by Councilor Woods. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Very much. That's carried. And we have now progressed to 11:24. So matters arising from committee of the whole. Did I jump the gun?
No.
No, we do it. We come out of. Yeah, it is matters arising. Okay, sorry. Here's a suggested motion, whereas Patrick Christie CPT has prepared a report for the Perry Sound Area Planning Board dated May 5th, 2025 regarding consent application number B07/2025 and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive this report as information and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. And there are 4 of them. Number 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. 2, that the 3 new rural lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Perry Sound Area Planning Board. And 4, that payment of all municipal planning consultant fees and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. I have a mover and seconder for this one, please. Okay, I have Councillor Woods moving and Councillor Lamb second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll have a recorded vote then, please, since it's a planning matter. I'll ask our deputy clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you. Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Conley.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carried.
Thank you,
Yeah,
everyone.
you're right. Yes, we could have a 5-minute recess if you. So bio break, coffee break, whatever. And then we'll go into our public meeting for the budget. Right, to resume our meeting. Working on that. Working. The next item, on the agenda is a public meeting, and the purpose of the public meeting is to adopt the proposed 2025 operating and capital special projects budget. So, could we start then by, with a motion to move into the public meeting, please? Moving seconder, moved by Councilor Wood, seconded by Councilor Bray. Thank you. All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. The motion is carried, and what do we have for the time?
11:44.
11:44. Okay, thank you. We have a protocol for the public meetings. And so I'll call it to order, and I will once again introduce our council and staff. Councilors in the room, myself, Mayor George Comrie. We have Councilors Woods, Lamb, and Bray, and we have Councilor Nash. So, remotely. We have in the room as well, we have our CAO clerk, Black, deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder, and our new public works manager. And I said we were going to introduce him, so when we finish the public meeting, before we break for lunch, we'll ask, we'll do it one introduction. So, again, I will ask if any councillor has a continuing interest on this item. If you should, but okay, so there's the record show that none was declared. I will ask all comments be addressed through the chairperson, that's me, and ask a person, anybody who does wish to make a comment or ask a question to state their name before speaking. Next, I would ask our clerk how notice is delivered and if there have been any letters of correspondence received in regards to this item.
Through you, your worship, the notice was posted on the municipal website and on public bulletin board outside of the municipal office on April 20th, 2025. It has been also posted in the Metroland online newspaper on April 29th, 2025. And at this point in time, no correspondence has been received.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this point, we're ready for our to discuss the proposed operating and capital projects budget for 2025. Our treasurer is, I understand, is on sick today. Are you going to introduce this for us at all?
Through you, your worship?
Yeah.
Yes, I can certainly introduce it. The treasurer did provide a detailed report. Unfortunately, this morning she found herself quite ill and was not able to be here today. So
Can I get you to move just a little closer? I don't know if people are, yeah, thank you.
all right. Hopefully people can hear me now.
Hold on.
Yes, it is. So we have a detailed report in front of you. In it, you'll essentially find the last draft of which contains the budget as last discussed at our last budget meeting. There are attachment number A is the actual 2025 proposed budget. Attachment number B, or letter B, sorry, will give you the information regarding the levies. Attachment C will give you some information about the tax impact of this budget. And attachment D will give you comparative residential tax rate data as a result of the budget. So, of course, I was fully prepared to present the bylaw, but certainly I could answer any questions if any members have questions about any of the information that's contained in the report.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open the floor to questions or comments from council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hand up, if I could, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Lamb had his hand up before you, but we'll get you next.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Nash. My hand goes up real quick. Anyway. Yeah, I'm happy with the budget. The tax rate increase is relatively low at 2.43%. That takes into account the education tax, but even without it, it's 3%, really 3.08, which is good. Not going to get into too much detail inside, but I'm going to suggest, and again, we're not going to pass the bylaw today. If I missed the bylaw. Is the bylaw coming next month?
It comes later this evening, right?
Yeah, through you, your worship. Yes.
Motion. I didn't see a motion, but maybe I missed it. No motion. I didn't see a motion to pass with
Bylaw section number 10.2 is the bylaw to adopt the budget.
Oh, okay. So there is a bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are going to pass it today.
Good. Okay. I'm going to suggest that based on a report that's coming to us in close, that in terms of our cybersecurity, that in my opinion, once we can find it somewhere else in the budget, that we add $10,000 to it for cybersecurity. There are a bunch of initiatives that obviously we can't and shouldn't talk about in open, but you know, there's 2,000 here and 2,000 there. I read it as adding up to 7,500, and then the last one identifies something to be done, but there's no actual amount. So I'm just picking $10,000 that I think we should add, or we should drop something else in the budget. You know, so that's my first comment. So otherwise, what are we going to do? Just say, oh, we need to do all these things, but it's not budgeted, right? Like, so that's my first comment.
Perhaps our CAO clerk could respond. I don't know, do you think that money is somewhere else already in the budget, or should we add it?
Through you, your worship, I do would note that the budget line 16-115, which is for computer supplies and this type of service, has increased from 25,000 up to 27,500. So if you wanted to, certainly, I think there's room in that budget to do, many of the things that are on the list, so.
Okay, that's fine. As long, I just want to make sure that we're able to do it. So if it's in the budget, that's great. I only have two other small questions. I wanted to clarify my position on the ice cap funding, which is a project, I think, in there for $10,000. I had said last month, and I know Councillor Bray has lobbied for this money being in there, and I just want to know from IceCap, we can leave the 10,000 in for a project. I want to know from IceCap, what they did in 2024, we still don't know or have a report for 2024 as to what our, whatever 10,000 or 7,000 that we put in last year did for us. And secondly, if we were to pass this 10,000 for 2025, what exactly the deliverables are, so council can make an informed decision as to whether we're going to action that or not. I don't want to give up on the ice cap thing, and I understand from our CAO that ice cap is actually coming to the next meeting, I think, for a presentation. And so I just wanted a clarity on that.
Yeah. Through you, your worship, I can confirm that the IceCap organization does intend to present as a delegation at the next meeting. And at that meeting, they will be giving the 2024 report in terms of what took place in 2024, and also discussing potential items or things that we might be able to do with the 2025 work plan. So I think that will address or at least it will have some input into the issues that you brought up.
Good. That's something else here. I'm happy that I'm repeating myself from the asset management plan. I'm happy that our reserves are going from 1.5 million or 1.5 million basically to 2 million this year, which is good. And my last comment is the recreation, it says recreation playground project, $10,000, Parkland Reserve. That's yet to be determined what the project is, because I know people said, well, why is it going to necessarily be in Dunchurch? Why isn't it up at Maple Island or somewhere else? So that's a project that will come back to council for approval before anything is actioned. Is that correct?
Through you, your worship? Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions and comments that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash, did you want to go next?
Yeah, if I could, that'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple things. Let me just get my notes here. So I guess I have four or five comments. One of them I'll start with, which was just brought up. And I'll be a little different. It's on the ice cap number, item number 16-484-4, which now says green initiatives. I look at that one again. I brought it up over the last 3 meetings. I'll say it again at this meeting. That I don't know what we're getting for our money. We spent $7,000 in 2024, and we don't even have a report yet. Yes, they might be coming to the next council meeting, which should be June. But I would certainly say, in my eyes, if somebody wants us to give a donation of $10,000, we should probably have reports to us before 6 months into the following year. So I'm not in support of the ice cap. I am very in support of green initiatives, as I've said at every other council meeting, but not in giving it to ice cap. There might have been a grant we could have applied for this year, but we don't have the data from last year, so we missed grant opportunities. But with that said, what I would like to do with that Green Initiative Fund this year, and hopefully there'll be some other councilors that might support this, is over the weekend, I was up at fire station number 2. And I know we've spoken before about the furnace up there. But when I was there, I noticed that we have a front door that does not seal correctly. There's a hole in the doorknob itself. So it's not very airtight. You walk in, the light, as soon as you walk in, does not work and it's not on a motion sensor. And the main headlight, I'll call it, or main floodlight outside the main entrance to the fire station is an old light, not an LED light, with an outdated photo sensor on it. And there's 4 windows in the building that our asset management plan said should be replaced. And I would say if we take that 10,000 in green initiatives and have fire station number 2 upgraded with new windows put in, a new door put in, a motion sensor put in at the front hall, and a light that actually works, and a motion sensor and new light for the floodlight there, would be a great use of $10,000 of green initiative funds, which would all help reduce energy consumption and heating costs at that structure. So that's what I'd like to see when it comes to the Green Initiative Fund. The other numbers I'd like to speak about is item 16-094. That is our I'm going to call it the health spending account. And I've brought it up again over numerous meetings, and I'm just going to say it again. But I'd like to see that number brought to $4,500. So that would be an additional increase of $3,000. Now, I don't want to rewrite the budget at the last hour, but with that said, right now, there was a report, which our acting road super had done on page 2 of the treasurer's report. And mind me, I just turned my head there. And it had said that the current culvert stock is scheduled for use in upcoming maintenance and replacement projects. That's fantastic news. It will be sufficient to cover all planned. It will not be sufficient to cover all planned or emergency work for the remainder of the year. And the previous year, we only had $4,000 budgeted. This year, we're at 8. So I'm suggesting we put that back down to 5,000 and use that extra $3,000 to go towards the health spending account. So we haven't changed anything on the budget. We've taken 3 from the culverts, which we all saw photos of before. We have many of them, and we're still giving more than last year for the budget. And then I know Councillor Lamb had just mentioned about $10,000 for oh, I forget what initiative it was. Sorry, I just need to turn my page here. It's cyber security. And what I would propose is I'd ask the acting road super, after Councillor Woods and I had spoken about the large sand pile out at the municipal quarry. And that is excess sand that's used for winter maintenance. And again, in the report, the acting works manager had said sand and salt reserve on site are essential for ongoing road safety and winter operations. The present stockpile is not expected to last through the full winter season, especially in the event of an early snowfall or extended winter. But again, please note what he said, through the whole winter season. So right now, we have budgeted under item number 16-386, 41,600 for sand. We have a really big pile. The works manager, or the works supervisor, acting manager, was simply saying that that pile won't be enough for the entire year. So what I would propose is we reduce the sand number by $10,000 this year, bring it to 31,000. That's reducing it by 25%. We have more than enough at off-site at the sand pit right now if we had 3/4 of what we normally get. And that would give us the money for the cybersecurity, which I agree with Counselor Woods on, or sorry, Counselor Lamb. I think that's a very, very important initiative and something that we shouldn't wait for and should be addressed. We don't want to be hacked or anything like that. So I think it's a very important item. So that's where I'd propose that coming from. And then my second to last comment, I'm just trying to pull it, is we had just heard a conversation today, a presentation from our asset management consultant that says, you know, we need to start putting away 1.4% each year. Now, I don't think I'm going to win this vote, but this is what I would suggest. Right now, we have a proposed tax increase, including education, of 2.43%. I'd suggest at the previous meeting, we round that up. And what I'm going to suggest again today will be, here's a perfect opportunity that we can be a year ahead. Our asset management consultant had said, at your 2026 budget, you know, start by adding 1.4%. I would propose that we can do that this year, that we can add 1.4% to our budget as per our asset management plan and increase it from 2.43% to 3.83%. That's still a modest tax increase. It's under 4%. And that would keep us on track for our asset management plan. So those would be my my suggestions for the budget. I'm not sure if I might be able to see if anybody else would be willing to do any of those suggestions I've said. Again, just in quick summary, one of them is reducing the culverts from 8,000 to 5,000 and using that 3,000 to go towards the health spending account, removing $10,000 from our sand budget because we do have a surplus.
Public meeting.
Pardon?
We will come to any amendments once we
Okay.
get out of the public meeting.
No problem. So those are my comments. I'll speak to those after the public meeting. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Other councillors who wish to speak to this? Councillor Gray, did you? Any comments or questions about the?
No, well, actually, I should say, yes, I do, but I don't know whether I should wait till after we, get out of the public meeting. I think as far as the, Station 2, I think Union Council needs to have a good discussion as to what they want to do with Station 2 before we start making any, significant repairs. I think that, there are some things that we could do and we would probably be eligible for, but then that means we need to figure out what we want, what we think we will be using that building for. At the present, we don't run out of that building hardly ever. And so most of the calls are run from here, from Station 1. So I think that should be a discussion piece with the fire chief and council to really look into the uses of that building and how much money council wants to put into it. Number 2, around the ice cap. I know I'm passionate about it. And I'm not going to say too much, but I do want to remind council that last year was sort of I hate to say the word wasted year, but it's sort of a wasted year for ice cap. And that was because we had such a changeover in staffing having other priorities. So I think that I'd like council to really think about the fact that we have a brand new CAO, we have a brand new treasurer, we have a brand new public works manager to get up to speed on all of these things that it wasn't really until they got an idea of what ice cap was about. It's very hard for them to understand the reports that we have. And we do have reports, and so we can, you know, they're gonna bring them, but that's been allowed our CAO to be able to have some communication with ice cap with Benjamin, and to be able to get to understand sort of what the program's about, what's available, what his skills are that he can assist us with. And then that leads us to be able to figure out, okay, here are the things we want to do. So that being said, I'm still for keeping the 10,000 in for ice cap under green initiatives, ice cap for us to be able to be part of the work plan. If not, then it'll be just attending meetings and bringing back whatever information, which will not get us any further ahead on reducing our greenhouse gases. And I don't know if you know how many fires are burning in Ontario, but there are a few, one not very far away, Petawawa area. So we do have climate issues that are going to be affecting us more and more each year. And I think it's in the report here with the asset management. I think that if you look at any of the insurance institute, you'll find out that they're also predicting climate change as being catastrophic for municipalities as well. So, you know, I think that being part of ice cap is being part of the broader community. I know that there are lots of municipalities that have funded a person to do that work at over $100,000 a year. We're being as part of a collective. I think we are, certainly it is well worth the money that we have to be able to have that expertise. Anyways, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for you. I'm not trying to respond to the ice cap where we're spending the money. Got it now listed as green initiatives. The staff changeover that we did have though was at the end of last year. For one, and talking about Station 2, I was up there this weekend with the fire chief and Councillor Nash. We were doing some work on the new pollinator garden and installing some flagpoles. And I did take a look around that building. The building's not as bad a shape as we've all been told that it was. It's in some of the areas where they said, you know, the door needed a coat of paint, the front door needs ripped out in place. And it is the kind of thing where when you have heat loss in a building from a door that's improperly installed and not functioning properly anymore, we're gonna use the furnace more and keep it heated, and we're gonna use more energy to try and cool the place. It's a simple, not expensive fix to change a man door. The windows in there, I don't know if Councillor Nash think he said 4, but I counted 3. From a contractor's perspective, I'm looking at those windows, it'd be about $1,500 each to change each one. We could spend less than $10,000 on things that are maintenance issues that should have been done in that building years ago. That it would help us save energy costs. And when we save an energy cost, we're going to lower our greenhouse gas emissions, our carbon footprint, right? With basic maintenance on things. And I know I've been a guy, you know, kicking and screaming for years, even before I was on council, about building maintenance issues in the municipality. And thankfully now, under our new CAO, someone's listened, and our staff's actually looking at some of these basic maintenance issues. I think that's a lot of our problem with our buildings. Maintenance issues alone can go a long way to save our energy costs and help out with our carbon footprint and our greenhouse gas emissions. Well, whatever way anybody wants to spend it, I'm always the guy that I'll spend whatever money we need to spend, but I want to spend it on things that are actions, right? Reports are fantastic, but at the end of the day, until somebody does the work, the report to me means nothing. It doesn't amount to it unless we have something action. And basic maintenance is going to go a long way for us. It really is. We've seen that with our fleets where the maintenance wasn't always the greatest. And when Creaser came here, our bills rose. but he was spending a lot of money on the maintenance of our equipment, and our equipment is in much better shape now. So, I mean, I'll leave it at that. I'll spend whatever money everybody wants to spend on whatever, but I would like to see actionable items.
Okay, thank you. Are there other, well, yeah, I guess I should look, are there people on Zoom? I'm not back on Zoom yet. Are there people on Zoom who have hands up or wish to speak, or is there anybody there that wish to speak? I'm asking our clerk here. CIO.
Through you, your worship, there are people online. I don't see any hand raised or any indications of people wanting to speak.
We had somebody in the room who I think wanted to speak, but he's left, he left the meeting earlier, so.
I'm texting them, to let them know when we're starting.
Oh, okay, good.
It might be online.
Okay, well.
I do have one there.
Sorry,
We do have a couple now that would like to speak.
can I ask who they are?
Sure. Jeannie Fiscaldo.
Okay,
Kareem.
we have Ginny Pascaldo is online and has her hand up. Did you wish to make ask a question or make a comment? Jeannie?
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. Actually, I have a couple of comments. One of the questions that I do have refers to what Councillor Nash was speaking about increasing the health spending. If recollection is correct, I believe that council already voted to increase that spending. And so I was just wondering, we just heard a report about our roads being chronically underfunded for several years and now just getting to a point where we're getting back on track. And so I wonder why we're, I'm trying to balance, right? And so if I think about the needs that our community has in terms of infrastructure, I think that would be a better way of spending our tax dollars. That would be the first thing. And the second thing that I wanted to say is that I do want to thank everybody, because I realize that over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of support in terms of schooling in West Parry Sound. And so I just wanted to extend my gratitude for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there somebody else online who has a question or comment?
Through you, your worship, yes, we have Kareem, I believe is the name.
Yes, it is. Do I raise my hand? I'm not sure.
State your name, please.
Oh, my name is Kareem Zayed.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if that is the right time to say a comment or something. So basically, what I wanted to inquire about now, I'm a pharmacist, and I am currently exploring or doing my research in Whitestone, considering to open up a pharmacy in the community. And so that's why I joined the council meeting today. I just wanted to reach out to municipality and just reach out for information on basically on the community itself, and to seek out support in terms of areas that is owned by municipality that I can rent out in order to have such an opportunity. So I wasn't really sure when was the best time to speak about that, if it's now or towards the end of the meeting.
Well, I guess it's, if I understand what you wish to speak about, it doesn't have a budget implication, right? You're not asking us to spend money, am I right?
No.
Okay, so I think this is this is not the time to raise that.
Okay.
My suggestion to you probably would be that you either send a letter to council expressing your interest or request a delegation. Maybe sending the letter is a better thing, because then we could get it on the agenda without for a future meeting. Right now, we're just dealing with the 2025 budget, which we're hoping to approve later on today, so.
Okay.
If it doesn't have budget implications, we'll have to leave it till another time.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Well, thank you. Is there anything else, anybody else that wishes to speak to?
Sorry, online? No.
Okay, all right, so I think we. Just looking at where my agenda for this one, but I think we have dealt with our public meeting portion. If I can get a mover and seconder to, that we reconvene into a regular meeting and then we'll deal with the budget itself on the matters rising. So moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Lamb, that the Council of Municipality Whitestone reconvene into a regular meeting at, looks like 12:18 p.m. All those in favor?
Counselor Nash, yes.
Yes. Right, so under matters arising. We have, just sorry, I'm just reading the motion here for a second. There are three things that we want to do. And I guess what we could do is, I'll read the motion first and we'll get it on the table and then we'll deal with any amendments that people wish to make. The motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives report FIN 2025-08, which is entitled Adoption of Proposed 2025 Operating and Capital / Special Project Budget for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone, with changes recommended from council and staff at and following the April 15th, 2025 meeting, hereby adopts the proposed 2025 operating and capital special project budget as presented. And finally, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby request that the CAO clerk present a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required during the year and to adopt the rates of taxation for the 2025 year. And the intention is, of course, that would happen later on in this meeting, that adoption of the budget and adoption of the bylaw and so on. So can I get a mover and seconder for that? And then if there are amendments, we'll take them. Councillor Gray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. So the motion is on the floor. I guess what we'd like to do is take suggestions for amendments, and we can, I think we can do them just kind of, we can have a straw vote here and see how they go. Or do you want?
Fine, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, all right. So we'll have a straw vote and see how they go. Okay. So the first one that I heard, well, I guess it's the last one that we discussed. Maybe it was a suggestion related. A suggestion related to changing the budget in some way with respect to fire hall number 2. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's the one I proposed. Did you just say fire station number 2, correct?
So what did you want to change in the budget with respect to fire hall number 2?
And totally off topic, Mr. Mayor, your video just came up and is working now.
Yes, I know, I'm just,
So I didn't
we
know
have
if you
got
were.
this one working, yeah.
I didn't know if you were aware. So what I was proposing wasn't really a change in the budget. It was simply using the Green Initiative money this year and using that towards Fire Hall #2. So taking that $10,000 and instead of green initiatives, it would be a green initiative, but it would have a location for it, and that would be the Fire Hall Station #2. And as we just heard from the asset management people, not doing repairs costs us a lot more money than doing repairs. We don't know what we're going to do with that building. Maybe that's true. I know that's what Councillor Bray had said. However, that building does do about 6 calls a year out to Bolger. There's a boat in it. There's a fire truck in it. There's our emergency management trailer in there. So it is used for the fire department. And I would suggest that we use the Green Initiative to do the repairs at the fire hall, which, as Brian said, he counted 3 windows. I thought it was 4, but to do the windows, the door, and motion sensors for the front hall light and the floodlight at the front of the building and upgrade those lights to LED lights. That's what I would propose for the Green Initiative Fund. I think the taxpayers would appreciate that. We're not spending money to tell us what we need to do. We're looking at something. Councillor Woods and myself looked at it with the fire chief over the weekend, and we looked and said, wow, we can use those funds here and save money, reduce our carbon footprint by reducing the amount of energy we need. So that's what I'd propose without getting into much more detail about it.
Did you wish to comment?
Yeah, just,
Mr. CEO?
thank you, your worship, through you. Just in response to that, is certainly a change that doesn't require a change in an actual amendment in the budget, because we're not talking about changing the amount. We're just talking about how we're going to spend it. My suggestion to you would be that that's a discussion for a later date. The budget is there for $10,000. How you spend it will be decided at a later date when council has information in front of them. So I would just recommend no change on that.
Yeah, I think frankly, that's good advice.
And through you, Mr. Mayor.
Before and you're also combining 2 things here. Anyway.
Well, I'd ask.
I'm gonna ask if the rest of, so that we can get through this, I'm gonna ask if the rest of the council has an appetite to make this amendment. Let's just get a straw poll. How many people want to change this?
Well, I just make a comment along with what our CEO was saying. I don't think it may well be that that's what we do. But I don't think we need to make it today on a couple of councillors. And again, I'm not, being up there and saying we need this, that, and whatever. There's no report, there's no staff input for it. And again, as I said, IceCap is coming next month. And, it doesn't mean we can't do what you're suggesting, Councillor Nash, but I just don't like it forced, in this right now through a budget process. I personally would rather listen to what IceCap says next month. And then after that, we can decide what we're going to do, which may well be what you're suggesting. But I think we're kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit. And I agree with everything that you and Councillor Woods are saying in terms of, and Councillor Bray, that, 2024 was a lost year, whatever it was, right? But, and I'm certainly not one for saying, oh, what we need is reports and more reports and more reports. That's not going to cut it with me next month. But I don't, there's a lot of work that has been done on IceCap, and I don't want to cut my nose off, spite my face, because I didn't get to the finish line and with it. So for all those reasons, I suggest we just kind of delay this for a month or so and make the decision at that point. If we're going to force a vote now, I wouldn't be in support of it. So if that means anything, but that's my comment.
And just if I
Councillor,
might,
sorry, Councillor Woods,
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm gonna make a suggestion, and it's not necessarily budget related, although it is most definitely budget related. I know this was common practice years ago from what I'm told. From this year forward, we have a day where all of council with staff gets on a bus and we go look at all of these buildings instead of armchair quarterbacking from these tables. And we drive up and down all of our roads and we see it firsthand. Because in a lot of cases, it's not even that council members don't always go and see them, but I'm gonna pick out things on a building structure that most people aren't gonna pick up, right? Or when it comes to anything, our cybersecurity electronics, I'm useless in that department, and I would lean on you, Mr. Mayor, right? And anything to do with fire equipment vehicles, I'm not gonna know all of it, or Janice would know a lot more. And among all of us, I think we would be doing a great service if we actually went out together, seen things firsthand, and had good discussions. And that was practice here in Whitestone, and that is something that we have to do again, in my opinion.
Steve Bell rode the bus. Okay, thank you for that suggestion. So I'm hearing that it's not necessary for us to do this. There was another amendment which was to increase the health spending account. I wonder if we can just take that one in isolation. Those who are, right now, the account is what, is that what, $3,500? Is that where it is? 4,000. Sorry? 4,000. And the suggestion is to increase it to $4,500?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I'm personally not in favor of that. I think we've already increased it, but is there anybody else in the room who wishes to move this? Gonna get a show of hands who want to do this? I don't think we need to have the arguments, just are you in favor of increasing it or not? Councillor Woods is in favor of increasing it.
Sure, if I can, that's it.
Well, all right, go ahead.
But I think it's great that, and I've said this before, anybody that works for any company should have something for health benefit. Every job, across the board, it's a corporation of any kind or a big business of any kind, you should be having something there for every single employee to be able to pay for medication or a dental visit. And I think Whitestone has been behind the times for a very long time. And I know some people in the community say, you know, you guys have spent too much money, but realistically, spend a lot less than most communities around here when it comes to health spending accounts or benefits for council members. And that's factored when you look at the rate. We spend much less than Carleton does, know that for a fact, and much less than many other communities across Ontario. I can see people looking at it saying that we're just, you know, giving ourselves extra money, but that's not true. We're trying to keep people healthy and give them an opportunity to buy necessary drugs and things that they need.
Anybody else wishes to speak to this? Yeah?
Through you, Miss. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you've already spoken, Councillor.
I just wanted to
Mr.
point out
Mayor, I have
that
not
this-
spoken to this matter.
I'm sorry, Councillor Lamb was speaking, actually.
No, you can go ahead. I can go after. I just wanted to, well, maybe I'll.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, Councilor Nash, just wanted to say actually that, you know, most places have benefits. They don't have a cost associated with them because most municipalities simply put their councilors and their mayor and on the benefits of the municipality. So you don't know how much money that is, right? And in our case, we identify it, but it's certainly probably no more than if we were simply put on to the benefits of the municipality. When you mention similar communities, Carling, for instance, is $5,600 a year was the figure I saw last month. And so certainly we're not, you know, and the other fact is, it's not necessarily used. It's only used if you need it. okay? Or you have bills that, you know, so it doesn't mean necessarily it's going to be spent. And I guess, you know, I've been on council for 19 years and, we've never had an increase other than the cost of living and an adjustment when the government made a change years ago. But I don't know who, you know, in terms of total dollars, you know, who would go 19 or 20 years without, you know, saying, oh, you've got $3,000 or $4,000 here. Like, and believe you me, that the hours that I spend on council, and people ought to recognize this when they're running, I work for minimum wage, and I don't know how many people would agree to do that, but you should be prepared to do that if you're gonna run for council, even with this 4,000 or 4,500 put in. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And just to clear up one point, sorry, Councillor Lamb, for speaking there. I am now not on the Zoom. I'm on phone, so I apologize for that. And just to clear up one other thing, I had not spoken on this matter when we come out of the committee of the whole, and I am entitled, Mr. Mayor, to speak on it, as you know. So with that being said, this is something that started a couple years ago, and as Councillor Lamb said, there wasn't anything before. And the original motion from 2 years ago, or from about 2 years ago, was to have it at $4,500. So all that we've done over the last couple of years is now get it to the amount of $4,500. And there's other municipalities, as Councillor Lamb had said, which are $5,600. And this increase of the additional $500, up to $500 per councillor member, that I'm suggesting would increase the overall budget by 0.0005%. So very, very small amount. So I'm in favor of it, and I'm just suggesting we reduce our culvert expenses from the 8,000 down to 5, and use that 3,000 and reallocate it to this expense. So we're not changing our budget at all. We're just reallocating, and we do have dozens and dozens and dozens of culverts there now, and we're still increasing the culvert amount by 25% from last year. So those are my comments, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, does anyone else wish to speak to this? That's all right, did you want to speak to it? All right. So let's do the straw poll. How many people wish to have this increased? I see 3 people. Okay, so.
And I'll be a yes as well, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm counting you as a yes. And
okay, thank you.
all right. So I guess that one we will capture in the as an amendment to the budget. What else was there? I want to see if we can get through this before we have lunch. Can we?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb had spoken about the $10,000 for cybersecurity, and I'd suggest we could take that from the sand and gravel number.
Well, Councillor Nash, I think through you, Mr. Mayor, that he said there is enough in the line item that he had that we didn't need to. That was our CAO.
That was our CAO's opinion.
We can do those initiatives, and they're within the budget.
Oh, perfect. I missed that. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry, through you, for the record, yes, there is a modest increase in that budget already, so it'll cover a portion of those suggested actions, and I believe the rest of them can be adapted over time. Some of them might not get done before the end of the year, but they may go into next year, but they certainly can be done as a part of that budget, existing budget.
So can we accept that as a way forward? We have so far, it sounds like we haven't changed the total budget, the bottom line. Is there any Was there another one?
He wanted to add the 1.4% for the.
Oh, yeah, that was, well, I guess we should definitely have that discussion because that would be a bottom line amendment to the budget, which we can do, but I think that one we need to, who wishes to speak to that one? We know what the argument was, but
I can speak to it if you'd like, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hand up.
nobody has their hand up, but I think we
I
understand what you're suggesting, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, I was just suggesting by listening to our AMP study, the most recent one, and if we have the option to do it this year, let's be ahead of the curve instead of behind the curve. And let's add that 1.4% in this year, so we'll be a year ahead. And with that said, we'll still only have an overall 3.83% tax increase, which I think is really reasonable. And I think if we were to do a blurb that 1.4 of that went to asset management reserves, as per our report, I think you'd have a lot of residents, both people that use seasonally and full-time residents, who would support that when they heard the reason why it's 3.83, with a big portion of that 1.4% of it being to do something that we're told for generations to come. So that's what I'd like to see. Like I said, I don't think I'll win the vote on this one, but I'd like to see it there because I think it's just good management and good progress for the community as a whole for the years to come.
Okay, thank you. What do others think about this? If no one wishes to speak to it, I will do the straw poll though and ask people to put their hands up if you are in favor of the amendment to the budget that Councillor Nash has suggested. I see no hands up in the room, Councillor Nash.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, did we miss anything else that was raised? If not, then I guess what I would do is I would bring the motion back for a vote. And essentially, we are adopting the proposed, which the second part of the motion is to adopt the proposed budget as presented, but it would be with the amendment as presented. With the amendment, I need to do this in pen, not pencil. To increase the health spending account by $500, right?
Well, the line item is 3,000, right?
Yeah, so
5 times 6.
through you, your worship, so
As presented.
Sorry, 2,500.
So give me the line number if you don't mind, and I'll put it in the motion.
2,500.
With line number increased.
Mr. Mayor, it's 16-094.
yeah, so through you, your worship, the council health spending benefit is 16-094. And we would be increasing that by an additional $3,000. And we would be basically reallocating that out of the culvert budget. So the culvert budget would then go down.
So, and what was the line number of the culvert budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the culvert line item is 16-337.
Thank you very much. So, I'm just capturing the motion so that, sure. I'm gonna read it to you again, just so everybody's clear. Again, that the first part is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives report FIN 2025-08 for information. Second part is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone, with changes recommended from council and staff and following the April 15th, 2025 meeting, hereby adopts the proposed 2025 operating and capital / special project budget as presented with line number 16-094, which is council health spending account, increased by $3,000.
2,500.
Yeah, through you, your worship, I rounded it to 3,000 because there's an administration fee that gets added to each of them as well. So when you increase by 500, I roughly estimate it to be 600 apiece.
Calculation, it only costs 20.
Can you use your mic, please, Councilor Bryan? Sorry, we can't hear you.
Yeah, my calculation, we already have 24, 725 in the budget. For, and the council health benefit, if it was at 45, would be 22,500. So we already have
Yes. we do.
$2,225 in there. I'm not sure what the administration fee is, but is that close?
Well, it's through you, your worship, it's roughly 20%, I believe. It's a fairly substantial administration fee. So I don't have a calculator with me, but
That would be 4,500.
How much was used last year?
the current draft of the budget shows about $16,000.
Do we even have to change the number? You just leave the number the way it is. You don't have to take it out of, I mean, the culverts are one thing, you spend it somewhere else, right? But I don't think you need to change the number, because as I said, not all of it's used. Some people may only use $1,000. So I don't think you need to change the number.
That is a valid point. Certainly the budget, if you're increasing it, would be for assuming that everyone was to use the maximum amount.
That's not gonna happen. And if you were over $1,000, it's not the end of the day on a $7 or $8 million budget. I'd leave the budget number the same. The culvert, number, I guess, could be noted as, you know, Councilor Nash thing, take 3,000 out of it. I guess it could be used elsewhere. I don't know.
Well, look, if council agrees, we can just do the budget as presented without these amendments. Because I think that you're making a valid point. We're not probably making a material change to anything here. And we can pass we'll still have to pass a separate resolution afterwards to say we're going to increase this spending limit, because otherwise, because that's something that staff has to action with the company. But so are you willing to can I simply take the motion as it was originally? Are you all right with that? Okay. Because I think this is making it unnecessarily complicated. And finally, the final part was that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby request that the CAO clerk present a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required during the year and to adopt the rates of taxation for 2025. So that will come later in the meeting. Are we ready for the question on this? Does anyone wish a recorded vote?
Yeah, we usually on the budget have to report.
Blame Councilor Lamb, but I agree. I was going to suggest it. Yeah. All right. Can we do a recorded vote on the budget as it's presented then?
Councilor Nash?
No.
Councilor Woods?
Yes.
Counselor Gray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion's carried.
All right, thank you. So we are finished with this item. We will, as I said, we need to come back and pick up this item, but it's 10 to 1. And I believe our lunch is just about ready. Or do you need a minute?
Oh,
So is the health spending thing done
Well, no, we gotta come to that one.
after lunch?
Well, I was going to just because I don't have the paper with it in front of me, but why don't you eat and we'll get it ready while we're doing that, is that okay? Good. We do need to pass it for a second. I think that was agreed, okay? So everybody, we will be taking about a recess until at least a quarter after, let's say, around half an hour or so. Okay? Okay? We should get our back to this here. Turn video back on. Microphone back on. So are we ready to go? Yes, we are. Councillor Nash, looks like you're back on.
Yes, hopefully you can hear me, Mr. Mayor. I am
Yes.
back on.
I can hear you. All right, thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. It's just coming up 1:30, so we took a little bit longer, but we did manage to get our yes, we're gonna put a recording on, aren't we?
It's on.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, sorry. So we did have 2 items that were left over before lunch, and I don't want to forget either. So one of them requires a motion. If you could give me a blank sheet, or are there some in here? Before we do that, I said that we were going to introduce our new manager of public works. Would you like to do that, Nigel, or?
Through you, your worship, and thank you very much. Yes, we do have in attendance today Mike Huggins, who is the new public works manager. Mike started work with us last week, actually on last Monday, so he's in his second week of activity, and he's here if anyone would like to welcome him or have a conversation with him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mike, do you want to grab the microphone? You can just tell us maybe just 2 minutes, just tell us what you did before you came to Whitestone and
You have to turn it on and off.
okay.
That's the one.
Thank you. Before coming here, I worked for Frank County for 5 years. For 22 of them, we at the road superintendent. Work.
Okay, thank you very much.
Short and sweet, unlike council.
Okay, so we have one other, motion that came as a result of the discussion on the budget. I'm just writing it here on a separate sheet. The Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby increases the maximum amount of an individual councilor's health spending account. Councilor's health spending account. And that's for 2025. It was $4,000.
I just put it 245.
All right. All right. You. It's $45. Okay, so I'll read the motion. We'll get a mover and seconder. It is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby increases the maximum amount of an individual councilor's health spending account for 2025 to $4,500. Who's moving that? Councilor Nash, are you moving that?
Sure, I can move that, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councilor Woods. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate. I assume you're in favor, Councilor Nash?
Sorry, I muted myself. Councillor Nash, yes. Sorry.
All right, so that brings us then to, let's see. Now, flipping through the budget pages here and get myself back to the, I think we're on the consent agenda, yes, which is item 7. And we have right. Matters arising from, now I see why there is one. Okay, sorry about that. I'm not seeing the motions for the consent agenda. You see why I'm not seeing them. Those are ones that we've already done. Apologies. Okay, I'm sorry. I overlaid it with the in the paper. Apologies for that. Now we're going. I'm going to read you the proposed motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of 7.1 regular council meeting minutes for April 15th, 2025, 7.2 council committee and board minutes, and there are 4 of them there. There's Parry Sound Area Planning Board for March 24th, Belvedere Heights Board of Management for April 24th, North Bay Health Unit. There's 3 sets of minutes, board and board and committee meetings from February 26th and 27th, and the cemetery board meeting minutes, Whitestone Cemetery board meeting minutes for October 10th. And then there's also the unfinished business listed on page 5 and 6 of the agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. The regular council meeting minutes of April 15th, 2025. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the committee and board minutes from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, Belvedere Heights Board of Management, and the North Bay Parry Sound District Health Unit, 3 sets of minutes on the cemetery board meeting minutes for October 10th, 2024, Any unfinished business, yes. We're approving our council meeting minutes for April 15th, and the rest are receiving for information. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Woods moves. And Councillor Lamb seconds. Any discussion on any of those? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of receiving or approving, as the case may be? Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash, are you
Yes, Councillor Nash, yes.
voting? Thank you very much. All right. Now there is one item from the arising from the consent agenda, 7.2.4, which was the cemetery board minutes. And as you'll notice in that report, the cemetery board recommended that we approve a revised fee structure to align with the provincial updates. So I need a mover and seconder, please, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone approves the cemetery board recommendation that the cemetery fee structure be revised to align with provincial updates. Is there a mover? Councillor Woods is moving, seconded by Councillor Gray. Thank you. Any discussion on this one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, brief question. Thank you. If we recently updated, I think we updated our fees and bylaw schedule, will we have to update it again because of the cemetery board update?
You're gonna answer that,
We are required to have a public meeting, so we are planning to do that in June. That is why the cemetery board's recommendations are on this agenda, so that we can add all of the ones that were changed at the last meeting, sorry, amended at the last meeting, plus the cemetery recommendations, so that it only has to come to council once. We're doing that. We're planning to do that by public meeting. In a public meeting in June.
in June. So did you hear that answer?
I did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that. Okay, any further questions or discussion? Okay, can I get all those in favor, please?
Councillor Nash, yes.
All right, thank you. That's approved, and it will come back with the rest of the fees and services bylaw. Accounts payable. Mover and seconder, please. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone received for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $283,976.72 for the period ending April 30th, 2025. We'll move that one. Councillor Lamb is moving, Councillor Woods is seconding. Any discussion on payables? Okay, Councillor Lamb, go ahead.
Yeah, excuse me. Just a couple of small ones. On the first page, number 37605. It says we paid $508 to Perry Sound Area Property Consulting. What is that? Never heard of that company here. I realize our treasurer isn't here, but what Perry Sound Area Property Consulting?
I did ask into that. That is actually the Perry Sound Area Planning Board for, one of the matters was, the first matter was for the EWIN. Thank you.
Or even, yeah.
WIN.
Yeah.
And the second one, I had the name, but I have lost it. This planning board.
Well, it should be the Perry Sound Area Planning Board.
Yeah, we're gonna look into into why it's named that.
Okay, we didn't send a check to somebody called Perry Property Consultant, right? Okay. Two down from there, West Perry Sound Vet Services Committee. What's the committee? I never heard of this committee.
Apparently, that's an annual fee that the municipality pays. That is the only information that I could find out about that. I don't know what for.
Could someone find out, maybe just send a note to council? Like, I know there's a pound in Perry Sound, if that's what it is, but this says committee as if there's some sort of committee. I don't know what the committee is. Right.
It does say Recreation Committee, and I cannot identify anything to do with the Recreation Committee there, so I don't. It could be in that section of the budget somehow, I guess, but I don't know. You know,
No, through you, your worship, I'd be much the same as you. I do note that it does say Recreation Committee, and it also references that it's a 2025 annual fee. Beyond that, I won't, I mean, I would have to look into it to establish exactly what it is.
Okay, my next question is on page 96 of 263. 2909 Adams Brothers Construction, and it says $366 for the monthly toilet rent. Where do we rent a toilet for $366 a month? We pay $5,000 for a toilet?
Through you, your worship, when we had the water freeze up at the Dundome, we rented 2 porta potties for, I believe, probably for a month or a month and a half. And that's the fee for those 2 porta potties.
Okay, so it was just a temporary thing?
Yes, it was.
Not every month, okay. Let me look to see if I have any others. Don't you have any? Okay. Oh, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
all right, are there other questions or comments on this? Right, are you ready then for the question? All those in favor of proceeding tables listed? Okay, thank you, Councilor Nash.
Yes.
Thanks. Well, that takes us to item 9, which is staff reports. We have already done the. Wait a second here. Okay, the first one is planning services statistics for Q1 of 2025. And we need mover and seconder that council received for information report PLN 2025-02, which is planning services for Q1 of 2025. Mover and seconder, moved by Councilor Wood, seconded by Councilor Lamb. Is there somebody who's going to introduce this report to us at all, or, okay, our CAO clerk.
Through you, your worship, I'm filling in a few roles today as the planning assistant is also sick today. So just to introduce this very briefly, it is the first quarter report for the planning services of the municipality. You'll see that there was 3 consent applications. It's a pretty straightforward report. 3 consent applications, 3 zoning bylaw amendments, and 2 minor variances. And the invoices that were paid are on the second page, totaling $2,247. So simply a report for your information.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions on this one? None? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of receiving this report? Councillor Nash?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Very much. So 9.2 is approval of the final 2024 asset management plan. So I'll read the requested motion that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives report FIN 2025-09, approval of final 2024 asset management plan. And the council endorsed the findings on the update of the municipality's asset management plan for all core and non-core assets assessed at current levels of service prepared in accordance with Ontario Regulation 588/17. And the council directs staff to submit the 2024 asset management plan to the Ministry of Infrastructure and make the document publicly available on the municipality's website. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Any further discussion on this item? Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for you. Just a couple of things that I brought up earlier in the discussion when they were, start presentation about one of our whole launch and whatnot that we have. I noticed in some of the pictures, the diagrams that they've given us on the Farming Road Bridge, we did a lot of work on that bridge last year. So some of these things that are in here where they say that we've already spent quite a bit of money on, you might have to this one. When they were $7,000 on that bridge on Farming last year, did quite a bit of work with the drivers to put there.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Through you, your worship, I would agree that we did spend a fair amount of money on, some of those jobs. And I would say that this report was meant to have been done by July of 2024. So the numbers and figures in here wouldn't have any work that was done in 2024 within them, so they'll have to be updated afterward. I think the most important fact from an administrative point of view is that, like I said, this is a requirement that we were to have done in 2024, and we need to get that submitted to government and available on our website so that we can so that we're in compliance with that regulation.
Thank you for that answer. I think I would just reinforce. I think it is important for us to pass this so that we can satisfy the requirement, original requirement. But you'll recall that in the earlier discussion, there was mention of the fact that you need to be updating it. And I think there are a few things. There are one or two that I noticed there that in the interest of time, I didn't bring up this morning, but I think we can, if members of council have things that have been identified that maybe we're not quite up to date, if we draw these to the attention of our CAO clerk and our public works manager and so on, we can try to get that updated. It is, you should track these things as they go along so that we make it as accurate as possible. Okay, Councillor Bray.
Just wondering if we have, not have identified the kind of asset management software or how they're going to track all of these so that they can be reviewed annually to see where we should be, putting our efforts and funding.
Through you, your worship, we are looking into that. We haven't made a decision yet in terms of software or whether we'll do something on our own system, but it's certainly part of the discussion we're going to be having with these consultants as we're doing the next phase of asset management.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this? If not, then I'll call the question. All those in favor of motion? Indicate. Councillor Nash,
Councillor Nash, yes.
very much. Right. Now, I need to flip through the pages here. I think we're at 9.3. Which is grant match. The suggested motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone approves the municipality to enter into an agreement with Grant Match Corporation for the provision of grant management and application services for a term of 2 years with automatic annual renewals thereafter unless otherwise terminated by either party, and that municipal staff must obtain prior council approval before Grant Match Corporation proceeds with the preparation and submission of individual grant applications on the municipality's behalf. And 3, that council authorizes the treasurer / tax collector to execute the agreement with Grant Match on behalf of the municipality. So, can I get a mover and seconder? Get this on the floor. Councillor Green moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Okay, thank you. I will open this for discussion. Well, sorry, I should back up and give give our CAO clerk an opportunity to introduce this in the absence of our treasurer. Yeah, anything you want to say about it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I don't have a lot to add, only to say that if there are any substantial questions on this one, we may have to table it or postpone it until the treasurer is here to address the questions. I've certainly read through our report and understand the recommendations, but if there are questions that I can't answer, then you may have to hold off on taking any action.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I just had one question, and maybe we have to wait for it, but I was just curious as to how this actually works. The grant match send a list of grants that we might be eligible for, and then we decide which ones we want them to pursue. Just wondering if they say, I tried to read through how many that they would need giving, opportunities that they would identify for us or something like that.
Through you, Your Worship, that's the way I understand it. My understanding is that they would take a look at our budget and any list of potential projects that we might have, and they would then find what grants might be out there that fit those type of programs, and it would come back to us, to council, to decide whether we wanted to proceed with them or not.
Okay, are there other, thank you. Are there other questions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. A number of questions I have on this. I did read the report, and from what I can see, unless I'm incorrect, it's a 10% consulting fee if a budget is granted. So if we get or if a grant is approved. So if we apply for $1 million grant, say for the nursing station, we would have paid $100,000 to do that, which I don't agree with. I believe if we all read the staff roles and responsibilities under multiple employees, we'd see that grant applications and grant writings are within a number of our current staff. We have a CAO, we have a treasurer, we have a deputy treasurer, we have a deputy clerk, We have a planning assistant. Many of those in the past have helped or worked on grants. I will not be in support of hiring a third party and subbing out some work. I think if we were to do that, we'd have to reduce our staffing at our municipal office. We've already gone and done something similar for tax areas instead of us working through it. I don't think myself wants a third party to work on grants. We have people in the community that have volunteered to do them before. You know, on another topic, we're going to be spending possibly 10 grand for IceCap to help us write grants. Well, then we wouldn't need IceCap to help us write grants if we're paying this company to help us write grants. And I think staff and all of us as counselors know that there's lots of grants out there. You can apply for grants right now for buildings, for equipment, for roads and bridges. They're all posted on a lot of websites, the government websites. We just need them to be written, and we need the information at hand to do that. So I will not be in support of this. I don't think spending 10% on a consultant to write applications is a good use of taxpayers' money. And outside of that, I thought we had a procurement policy that if we're going to be doing something like this, it would have to go out to an open tendering or request for proposal process, not just to award it to somebody, because you could have any engineering firm or consulting firm that might want to bid on this type of work to write proposals for us. So I don't think we're allowed to do it unless it was done through a procurement policy correctly. And number two, I won't be in support of it for the amount of money it could cost when I think we have capable staff that are more than capable of writing and getting grants for us. I think we've just, unfortunately, over the last few years, have seemed to have forgotten about grant writing to some extent. We just need to apply for a lot more. Thank you.
Other comments from councillors? Councillor Lamb.
Am I on? Turn this on. Thank you. I have a couple of questions or comments. First of all, I don't believe in automatic annual renewals. I get into these types of contracts in my condominium where, you know, you forget to renew it and automatically renew. So I don't like that portion of it. I think that they easily would take that out. If we were going to try it as an initial time period, why wouldn't we, my other comment, why wouldn't we just try it for a year? Unless we can get out after, unless you're telling me, you know, if we go for a year and we don't like it, we can just get out of it, then is that the case or not? Or are we stuck for 2 years? Because
well, that's the case. We can get out anytime.
we get out at any time. Okay, well, then it could be 1 year, 2 years. If we get out at any time, that's good. Does this prevent us from writing our own grant? Or are we exclusively saying any grant has to be through this organization? In other words, if you know, our deputy clerk sees a grant and decides, gee, this would be good, and I'm willing to write this grant, get this council approval or whatever, we do that, or do we have to say, nope, that's grant match and it automatically goes to them? So that's my question.
I can't answer. Well, are you going to answer?
All right. Yeah. Through you, Your Worship, apologize for the delay there, but I was just as Deputy Mayor was speaking, I was looking to see about that, whether there was any provisions about that, the exclusivity of the grant applications, and I don't see any, so I think we would be free to make applications on our own at the same time or during the life of this agreement.
We could do it. Yeah. My point is that I don't want to cut my face or my nose off spite in the face here. The reality is over the last 2 or 3 years, we haven't been writing grants. Before that, when we had Pat Allen in as the treasurer, my wife wrote a lot of grants for the library and the playground and a bunch of other things. There's been active people writing grants. Right now, we're at a standstill. So if we say no to this, I'm not sure what we're gonna get in grant monies, right? Because I don't know that we're gonna write it. You need someone who's diligent to look, whether it be for whatever programs, if they hear the grants, and what are you interested in? So, yeah, I'm kind of in support of it, but it has to be tightly controlled as to what we want to apply for. And, you know, in many cases, if it's a program that's not within our budget, and mind you, we're not doing a lot of capital work this year. There's not gonna be a lot of grants unless we open the budget, right? Like, if they say, oh, this is a great grant for you to write, and 500,000, most grants say, you know, we'll give you 75%, but you must pay 25%. So we just can't say, oh, go for that grant. And because we don't have it in the budget. So we would have to open the budget, do a bunch of things. So I don't see a lot of grant writing this year unless I'm mistaken, without opening the budget. What we're saying here, and this sort of scares me a little bit, is that so if we had $1 million project that we wanted to write, and we're really happy that we got 750,000, we're really only getting 650,000 because we're putting 10% off to this group, right? So now we're at, what's that, 45% or whatever, or 35% of the grant. So those are the things that concern me. But I'm afraid if we turn this thing down on an interim basis, anyway, it's tightly controlled. We always say no, right? So, you know, I'm kind of, I don't know what the alternative is because I think we won't be doing anything, right? So I'm kind of lukewarmish, but I think we'll be in support of this. Because it doesn't cost us anything unless we approve of a project. And then secondly, we actually are successful in the bid, right? So anyway, those are my comments.
Councilor Bray.
Yeah, I agree quite a bit with Councilor Lynn's thoughts on this and the concern about us not having the funds. I guess the one thing that we can say is that the first quarter is already over. And, you know, maybe we're looking, and I'm not sure if this is something that can be discussed with them, that we would be looking to do for things to do in 2026, most likely. Unless we do have it in the budget. If we don't, then we would be looking in 2026. And so maybe that is something that could be pursued and looked at as to whether that was possible. I don't know.
Through you, your worship, I think that is correct, is that the reality is that we're nearly 2 quarters done, you know, but after this council meeting won't be long and we'll be two quarters done in this year. So the reality is by the time that some of these grants get written and go through their due process, I'm sure that they will be 2026 expenses or projects rather than 2025. It'll likely be the reality of it. And secondly, just from an administrative point of view, I think there is certainly staffing wise, as Councillor Nash says, there is some capacity, I think, longer term for staff to be doing some of these things. But I think the other reality that you have right now, like for example, the treasurer's position, I would see being able to do a fair amount of focus on grants and grant applications in the future. But the reality is she started, you know, a month or 2 ago and is catching up on a considerable volume of work that's backlogged since last fall. So I don't think there will be any immediate attention to grants and those types of things with your existing staff that are basically learning their roles. When you look at 3 of your key staff members right now.
Okay, thank you. I guess, well, I was chatting with our treasurer actually about something else in this. This item did come up, she mentioned it to me, so we did have a brief discussion. I still do not know it. I haven't read the fine print and I don't know how much of it, regardless of what the fine print says, how much of it is negotiable or not. The appeal of it to me, I suppose, is that I have this sense, which I can't totally prove to you, but I have this sense that we are probably missing out on opportunities. And I can tell you, what has happened in the past a few times. Councillor Nash alluded to the grant, the Fedmore grant that we got in, or it was NOHFC that we got in respect to the nursing station, which was a very substantial grant. The CAO clerk spent a great deal of time, and it was probably overtime, it was mostly outside of office hours, working on that grant, and I helped her, and I helped her with a few other ones that, by the way, came up on relatively short notice. And we see them all the time, okay? We've seen a few that have come in the area of fire and safety and various others, and we said, we had a discussion informally about, well, should we be applying for this? And the length of time that we had to respond, and these are government grants, but sometimes they have short timelines on them. And we simply said, no, we cannot get our act together in the time frame. There's sometimes they require a lot of information, especially bigger ones. So, and by the way, the council prior approval for them, in one sense, represents a problem for us in that I think what we would have to do is, since we only meet once a month, we might have to call special meetings for these. Not that that's a showstopper, but if council's going to approve everyone before that can be submitted. But I kind of would like to know, to get back to this, I would kind of like to know whether that assumption on my part is correct. Are we missing out on a bunch of things? If we had help, we'd be able to do it. The reality is, we do not have currently staff with enough bandwidth to monitor what all is available in time to respond, time to get us our consent to it, time to pass it over to these folks. But there would be an advantage, I think, if we could enter into an agreement that would work for us. And that would allow us, because some of these grants, as has already been discussed, some of them are sizable, and we would have to perhaps open up our budget or do something to make sure that we could contribute whatever our skin in the game is that's required. So, it would be nice to know what they are, and maybe nothing material is going to come till next year. But there are also, you should be aware of this, there are also small grants that we get all the time. Every year, we get a small grant for our fireworks on Canada Day. We get small grants for recurring grants for things like archery that the rec committee does. And they apply for those. We know about those. We don't get any help with them. We just do them. So, it's trying to see if we can possibly untap ones that we either don't know about or they require more work to put them together. And just to be clear, you're right that, like, if you're going for a major grant in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, there's a lot of data that you have to support it, and that's going to come from staff. The consultants aren't going to know that stuff. They're going to have to come back to our staff together. So those are my comments. I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what the answer is in terms of what we should do with it today. But
yeah, Mr. Mayor, the only other thing is, Councilor Nash brought up about this open tendering, and we just go to Grand Match or ask other companies or whatever. So do we have an answer for that?
Through you, your worship, that's not something I've looked into. I don't know if the treasurer did when she did this report, so from that point of view, I think that's something we would have to check into before we could sign this agreement.
The problem with that is that we don't know what the value of it is. We don't know how much money we'd be paying them. I mean, maybe they're only going to get, in this calendar year, they're only going to get 10 grand worth of stuff, which council or staff could
really
could assign that without
just their commission, right? I write grants, here's my commission, right? Like, that's the only two relevant. And I do a good job or I don't do a good job at it, right? Have we checked any references of these people, or how do we come up with their name?
they're a recognized supplier. And that's all I can tell you. I'm sure they approached the municipality and said, hey, we could do this for you.
Through you, your worship, I can't tell you exactly what that process was like, but I do know that the treasurer has some experience in dealing with this organization in previous work and through colleagues, is my understanding.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash, can I ask 2 quick follow-up comments based on some discussion that's taken place?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess the first one, it was just spoken about a little bit there again. In regards to their procurement policy, anything over 10 grand, you need to get at least 3 quotes. Anything over 25,000 or potentially over 25,000, you actually have to go through a much more detailed public process. So just because other municipalities have used this firm, like I said, you're going to have many, probably hundreds of consulting firms that would be climbing or scrambling to the table to say, we'll take 10% for doing a bit of paperwork. So I think we have to be really careful on that. Just for that purpose, we can't vote on this tonight until we know exactly what that is. And I assume, if you said there, Mr. Mayor, that, the smaller grants like the firework grants or things like that is going to be done by staff. If they go for a grant, it might be for something like a bridge or like a road grant or a new fire station grant or a new library grant, whatever it might be, but in the hundreds of thousands, which would mean the commission would be in the tens of thousands, which would therefore need it to qualify under a procurement policy. So that's my first statement on that. I don't think we can do anything today till we know that answer. And number 2, I brought it up earlier, but when we hire staff, we hire them because they're qualified for the jobs that they take. And if you read the job descriptions for a number of positions, it is grant writing, number of new staff, but we hired people on that they are qualified for those positions. If we now need to go out and get a third party to do that, there's something missing in our processes to hire staff, and we might be overstaffed if we're now going to sub out a job like that you'd even said, Mr. Mayor, when we applied for the grant for the nursing station, took many hours, a great deal of time. That's freeing up staff to do a great deal of other jobs, but we have more staff than was ever had before. Last year, we created a new position for a deputy clerk. That freed up time for a treasurer. So again, I just want to point out that everybody's aware of those issues on my end. Thank you very much for letting me speak a second.
All right. So do you wish to defer this to another meeting or so we don't?
Well, I think we need to, and do we need to tender, right? So what I would suggest to do is answer that question and then bring it back and we'll make a decision on it. If we have to tender it, then tell us, I guess.
All right, well, I can ask the question, does council wish to defer it? Can you please give a show of hands if that's what you wish to do? Is that what you wish to do, Councillor Nash?
What was the question, or Mr. Mayor?
Refer it to a subsequent meeting so we can get answers to these questions.
Personally, I'd defer to, or I'd prefer to defeat the motion because I think it's a waste of taxpayers' money. So I'm not in favor of deferring it.
Okay, all right, well, yeah, I think we'll make a decision at the next meeting when our treasurer is here to answer. All right, so, I didn't see hands up in the room for deferring, so I'll note it as deferred. We'll bring it back. More related to finance. 9.4 is an update to the tax collection policy. And so, can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received report FIN 2025-11, which is entitled Updates to the Tax Collection Policy, for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the amended tax collection policy. You move and second for that. Councilor Lamb is moving, seconded by Councilor Woods. Discussion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Nash.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. If I'm correct, unless I have my reports mixed up here, noted within this report, it speaks about when there's $5 or less owing in taxes. Did other councilors read that in the report, or do I have my reports mixed up with something later in the meeting?
No, you're right. It says staff are recommending the addition of a new section to the policy regarding minimum balance write-offs to allow staff to write off small amounts under $5.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with that, I did speak to the treasurer about this. And personally, I don't think $5 is enough to write off. But there's a long-winded explanation to that. So in the past, if somebody mails in their checks for taxes, up until very recently, we were only depositing checks a lot of the time once a month. So we might have gotten a check May 20th, and it might not have been deposited until June 20th, which I understand has been corrected and it's being deposited now once every week, which is much better. But with that, if somebody had paid their tax bill on time, we'll say their first installment for the year, and they short paid it by accident by, we'll say, $5. They never got mailed a statement. They didn't know that they owed the $5. The municipality never mailed them a statement. And if you look at the small print we have on our tax statements or installment statements, it says, if you want a receipt, please include a prepaid postage stamp and you'll get a receipt for what you've paid. But I think we owe it to the taxpayers that if somebody's paying and either didn't pay enough or made an honest mistake and shortchanged a check by $5 or $10, that there's a statement mailed out at some time during the year that says, this is what you've owed in interest, and this is what you now owe. And even more to that, if we all looked down and looked at our tax installment, the first installment tax bills for this year, it would show that it says 1.25 per month will be added at the start of the calendar month that you're late, kind of thing. But if you read it, it doesn't say monthly. It says 1.25% will be added after the due date. And that's it. So in order to clear up these issues. And the last one would be if you paid taxes in many other locations, or if you paid a Visa bill. If you pay your Visa bill on time, you're not charged interest. Whereas the way that we were doing it as a municipality of Whitestone, if you had a tax bill that was $1,000, and out of that 1,000, another 100 was for past due amounts. So 900 and 100, and you paid it on time, the municipality would then say, oh, but during that time that we mailed out your installment payment invoice, you've accrued another 10 cents of interest on that. So now your balance unpaid is 10 cents. And we're again going to charge you interest on that 10 cents until the day you pay it with no grace period. For those reasons, I think we need to fix all those issues, and $5 isn't enough to fix those issues. I think what you want to do is write off something closer to $25. Maybe it's a bit more than that. Maybe it's a bit less than that, and correct it so that our statements, number one, read it's 1.25% monthly will be added, and that's every month. Number two, that we find a way to mail out statement of accounts for people that do owe money, even if it's only $3 and we're wanting it collected. We need them to know that they owe the $3. And I think all of those issues are important enough to say we need to write off a little bit more, and then make sure we're following a little bit better policy. And certainly taking a month or depositing checks once a month for a municipality, I personally find that not very good practice, to say the least. Everybody's check should be cashed promptly, and we should want the money in our bank account earning interest, right? So those are my comments on it. So I won't be in support of it unless we can get that amount changed to a higher number, which I think will help out staff in the long run. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you. Couple of things. I thought when we were discussing sales of properties for tax arrears last year or the year before, we changed it from 3 years to 2 years. I read that. Now it's 3 years again, or am I got it all done? I remember saying the province changed it so that you could, be in arrears 2 years and you could then start a property tax sale. I go back to the Condominium Act because I'm the president of our condominium, and you don't pay your dues for 6 months or whatever, 3 months. They're sending you, after 2 months, they're sending you letters, and after 4 or 5 months, we're selling your unit unless you pay, right? Like, and I guess the good news is we're getting $1.25 a month, on the arrears. So I guess that's the good part about it. But I thought we could start this, and we were starting tax arrears after 2 years, not 3 years.
Funny that you mentioned that, because when I saw it, I thought it was 2 years. But the other thing is I see that there is no intent to change it to 2 years from 3 years.
So I thought we already passed it.
Well, so did I, but that isn't one of the changes that's being proposed here,
But no, I think it's just the research hasn't been done right. I don't think they realized that there was a motion in the past couple of years or discussion to change it to 2 years. But maybe I'm wrong, I don't think I am.
Through you, your worship, I think that is part of the issue. It references it on page 205 in the analysis portion of the report, where it seems that there was a motion made in 2024, but it was inconsistent with the language in the policy. So I think.
So what's the policy saying now? 3 years? Policy saying 3, just change the policy to say 2.
2, yeah.
But that's already been debated and discussed at council. By the way, I think the amount that Councillor Nash was talking about, $5, I think should be $50. Should have discretion over $50, right?
I think it's interesting to talk about people mailing in tax payments. It says the following, on page 209, it says the following payment methods are accepted: cash payments, A, at the reception desk. Oh, yeah, sorry. It can be put, they can be mailed, sorry. I thought you couldn't mail them. I was just, I guess we can put it in. All right, so, get back. Anyway, once again, I don't know what you wish to do with this.
Well, I think it should read, the policy should read that tax arrears for sales or whatever start after 2 years. Or we go back and rescind what we did last year, which was 2 years, and make it 3 again, right? But if you're 2 full years in arrears on your taxes, you should be able to do something about it. Otherwise, we're acting like your credit card, you're our rate payer.
That's great.
Yeah, on the policy, under number 9B, I see that the change is to have arrears aged 2 years or more. The municipality will only initiate the tax bill process for the properties with arrears aged 3 years or more. So, which did say 2 years.
Where is it?
If you look at the policy,
What page?
page 211.
211?
Yes, 211, sorry. 9B. But it did have in there 2 years.
Through you, your worship.
Arrears age 2 years or more.
Yeah, so I think that I guess is the problem that the treasurer has ran into is the policy says 2 years. The 2 motions that were made by council in 2024 indicated 3 years. So she's trying to make it consistent one way or the other, I guess, and thought that direction should reflect her most recent decisions, I think, which was put it to 3.
So last year we said not put it to 3, it was 3. The last year, we didn't change anything. You tell us we didn't change anything, but my recollection. Okay, wow.
I can't speak to it because I wasn't here, but that's my understanding based on the treasurer's report here.
Sure, didn't we?
This is actually backwards. This looks like it's being amended from 2 years to 3 years, the way I.
Yeah, that's what I see. And it would never have been 2 years unless we passed it for 2 years.
Well, okay, sorry, I'm wondering if, I hate to keep doing this, but I wonder if we need to ask. We need to also defer this one until we have our treasurer here to respond.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. Again, this agenda was heavily finance based. Unfortunately, the treasurer came down sick, so these are questions that would be better answered by her.
And would you mind, Mr. Mayor? I just have one more quick comment to say on the item, even if it's going to be deferred. And it was simply, when I was speaking to the treasurer, there was some good news I heard, which I'd like to pass on. So I believe I have my numbers correct, but I think there was 15 properties that had Aries on them. And since the treasurer started, she'd sent out a reminder for some people, we'll call it, about their areas. And she said she'd heard back from 11 of what I believe she said was 15. So that's a really good response, hearing back from 11 of 15. And I think what we were referring to is what we passed last year was to hire a third party to send out notices if your taxes were in areas. But I think what we'd done as a municipality was to reach out direct, and we heard back from a lot of people, which I think is great, because that's not going to be costing the people who are in areas more money when we're doing it as a municipality. So I think that was some great news that the treasurer has done since starting, reaching out and getting 11 of 15 people spoken to about it. So anyways, just so the rest of council knows that, because that's something that was relayed to me.
Already
Thank you.
commented on the next one, in the next item in the agenda, but that's okay. Got it.
Councilor Nash, I think your areas means arrears, don't you?
Say that again, Councillor Lamb, sorry.
The word is arrears.
Yeah, that's what I thought it said, sorry.
Okay, so can we agree to defer this one? Can I give Jeff answers to defer? Councilor Nash?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So the next one, and I think this one is just a report for information, but anyway, 9.5 is an update on tax arrears. That the Council of the Municipality received report FIN 2025-12 entitled Tax Arrears Update for information, and that staff continue to update council with annual tax arrears updates in accordance with the municipality's tax collection policy.
I don't, even Mr. Brown, the treasurer is here. This has to be funded to the next month too. Coming back on one, you might as well come back on that.
Okay, if that's the wish of council,
Any questions, you know, of course, CEOs put on the spot, he didn't. Anyway,
all right, could I get a motion then to defer? Are you moving to defer, Councilor Lamb?
there's no motion even on the floor. Is there? You never got that one moved.
Oh, all right, so we cannot, all right, so we don't,
You just bring it back next.
all right. So if no one wishes to move the motion, then I'll just break not moved on it. Do that, go that way. All right, so it's not moved.
Because it sort of ties in, if it's 2 years, then how many, my question is going to be, how many tax sales are we having this year? We can't even answer that because we don't know whether it's 2 or 3 years, right, Brian? No, and then they've got properties identified, but they're properties across all of these years, right? So it's a different, if I say, how many are going up for tax arrear sales? It's a different answer if it's 2 years or 3 years. So that's why it needs to come back, I think, to us.
Okay, thank you. If nobody is gonna move a motion, we're done with that item as well. Item 10, bylaws. The first one is a bylaw with respect to the transfer of this called shelter building from Cogeco Connection to us for use as a pantry. So here's the motion I'm looking for, the bylaw number 20-2025, being a bylaw to authorize entering into an agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and Cogeco Connection Inc. for the transfer of ownership of the shelter located at 2130 Highway 124. It's hereby passed this 20th day of May 2025. Mover and seconder, please. Councilor Woods, seconded by Councilor Gray. Thank you. I did provide you with a little bit of background on this. As you know, this has been under Recreation Committee's been working on this since last fall. I think everything that you could possibly want to know about it is there, so I won't read it, but, they are basically waiting to transfer for us to authorize the transfer so we can finish up and get this underway. The rec committee does have to budget to do the rest of the things that need to be done to make that happen. So, comments from anyone? Questions? All right, if there aren't any, can I, call the question then? All those in favor, is indicated.
Well, I have comments. And I have some concerns, I guess, so.
Well, why don't you go ahead?
I'm getting ready to talk. I don't agree with a food pantry with perishable items. I think there's a whole bunch of things that go along with that, an unmanned perishable item, refrigerators and that sort of thing. I think there's a big difference between dry goods and perishable items first to begin with. I fail to see also how a pantry is under the auspices of the Recreation Committee unless it's renamed to the Recreation and Social Services Committee or something like that. I worry about food safety. I also worry about the park. I take it it's proposed to go where the parking is right now, across from the office. We'll take, is that, you said it says the northwest corner.
But under the overhang on this side, not in the, wouldn't displace any parking space.
It's in where the fairgrounds are
It's covered by the roof of the.
Okay. So it's not parking. Well, that's good news. That's good news. The other thing is the area where it is right now. That 75-foot area that we say we don't need. I think we do need. You could put a Starlink satellite on top of that tower, and we could use it for the library, for here, the office, the fire department, the York Street. It could beam all over the place for minimal money, and we could save a lot of money on repeating internet services around here. I talked to someone who's in the business, and that's what they told me. I'm not an expert on it, but there's certainly things that we could use with that aerial as opposed to just letting it go. The other thing is you're going to have a food pantry right in where the public is, which I don't think is necessarily the best place to put it. For privacy and other issues that concern me. So anyway, the aerial concerns me and perishable items concern me unless you've got someone manning it who's going to say whether the lettuce is no good or the this or the that or whatever. So those are some of my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, I can respond to some of that, but I'll let Councilor Bray go next.
Well, I was just wondering if the rec committee has consulted with the health unit about requirements, because I'm not sure we can use just an ordinary refrigerator and freezer. But I would ask that they check into it to see whether that is okay, because from my understanding, having just done the food handlers course, is that you have to have refrigerators and freezers that show temperature and regularly. So I just, I think that the committee is, really trying hard to provide something for our community, and I know that it's needed. I know there are people who will use it. I just think we need to make sure that all the ducks are in a row. And I'm okay with this acquiring this shed because it could be used for anything. But I think that when we're talking about food, and I agree with Dr. Lamb on the perishables and frozen foods and things like that, that, you know, I just worry about anybody being able to access it and, knowing that we are able to, provide people, the public who would use it, with assurances that it is safe. That's my concern. But I would suggest that certainly, they talk to the health unit to find out all the regulations.
I'm not against buying a building. No problem with that.
Well, let me.
Or getting the building, not buying.
Let me just, respond to the food issue. We have a couple of folks on the rec committee who are in fact already doing some food security program and have been for some time. The problem is there is no place where they can do what other municipalities around us do, which is have a place that people can come and put things. But it does, and people who have surplus food that they want to dispose of, and also people who are experiencing food insecurity and need to get some. There are some people in our community like this. And we know that because this is already happening. You know, one of the things that happens, one of the materials that we do get most of what would be in there would as Councilor Lang referred to as dried sea right. But some of it is bread, for example. We have a lady who goes once a week to Cobb's in North Bay and gets surplus bread. Well, if you leave it out in a warm environment, it will get moldy. Doesn't have a lot of preservative, or maybe no preservative in it. So you want to put it someplace that's cool. Are people going to be putting lettuce and tomatoes and those kinds of things? I suspect not. But the folks who do this have food handling certificates, so they know what they're supposed to do. And there is an understanding since day one, it's discussed that people with those qualifications will in fact be taking responsibility for this and checking it all the time to see what was there, making sure that there isn't stuff. I don't know about the frozen food. Sometimes they do make some things that are frozen. There are putting thermometers and checks to make sure that it hasn't melted and all that sort of thing. There's ways to do that. So you can satisfy that particular requirement. I'm not so concerned about that, but what's stopping the program from going any further at this point is that we really don't have a useful place to house it. And for us to go and try to construct a space, regardless of what you think should be in it or not in it, we couldn't replicate something like this for, it would take quite a chunk of money. So that's why we thought it would be a good idea to take the freebie. As far as the tower is concerned, they did offer us the tower. And I venture to say that we could probably still get it if people wanted it. We could even have our own little low power under the TRTC threshold radio station operating it under this. We thought that would be a fun thing to do, but and I'm not volunteering to do it, let me tell you. But in any case, what you should understand about using it for things like Starlink is the Starlinks that we have right now are individual Starlinks. And they come with, they're not easily extensible and they're designed not for large volumes. So for example, You perhaps know the library has one. There are two of them. There's one up here and there's one in the library. One on the library they get notices saying you're exceeding the bandwidth, you should really be using a commercial one, which is more expensive. So the idea that we would just use one, thank you, is, I think we'd end up getting a more expensive. If we tried to consolidate it into one, we'd end up paying twice what we're paying for it, because we'd have to get the commercial one. Sorry. I'm not sure that would work, but if people think that the antenna is useful, Cogeco would rather not take it away. They'd rather leave it there. So, I mean, that's an open issue. I mean, that's not. We discussed it internally, we being the municipal staff at the time, and nobody seemed to think it was in use. So that's all I can say about that. Anyway, I don't know. I would like possible for us to get on with receiving this, because we really kind of put the wood to them over it. They were dragging their heels on the agreement. Anyway. Sorry, did you want to say something, Councillor Woods?
I'm not above us in the shed from over there. I've been over there and took a look at it. It's a decent sized little structure, right? It's usable. We're gonna get it for free. We should take it, regardless of what we're gonna use it for. I have a little bit, we'll say, question in my mind about the place for that. Not that I don't think it would be a good idea because it would reflect snow and whatnot. I'm just thinking from the standpoint of, if there is somebody that needs to go get food, and we're looking at a busy day in July, when the beach is mobbed with people, I think personally that is gonna discourage people from going to get food. There's some people that, you know, if we're proud people, don't wanna make it look like they need the help, right? So the location kinda, it's wrong with me. I mean, it might be easy to, because you can hook up to the electrical connection. I completely understand that. Get it. Me, I think a more suitable location would be on the backside of the fire hall. It's not out in everybody's face. Somebody park and go over and get what they need and drive away again, right? That's my only concern for good use of for us. Tower. Usually we could use it for, like I thought started too, but I just, I don't know a lot about that kind of thing. But look at the size of that tower and how much money it costs to construct it. If you get it for free, you can get it for free, right? Well, I mean, I don't know, but the location of the food pantry was the thing that got me. I don't know where it should be.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Frank.
Yeah, I'm happy for us to have to go ahead and get it. And as far as the tower goes, I'll defer to everybody else because I don't know anything about it. But and if we feel it's good, then I'd be happy to that for us to take it. I would still like the rec committee to come back with a report that indicates what they're going to do and how we're going to do it, and that they have the approval, because this will not be just a little thing offshoot. This will now be under the municipality, which means it's commercial. And you cannot do things in a way. You have to follow the public health. And so I really am concerned about that. So that's what I would ask for, is for a report to come back with the appropriate approvals from public health and things like that for what they want to do. And then we can, and I would suggest further looking at spots, because I really don't think that Dundonald is the best place. There must be other places. And even by the Grange, because people go in to get their mail all the time, and you can get it, you know, it's not quite so open. But anyway, but I'm happy with them looking at a place where it's a little bit less open and out there. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just a couple other I agree wholeheartedly with what Councilor Bray says and Councilor Woods has been through. The other thing that I don't know what trumps what, what do we always talk about in the municipality? Oh, we need storage, we need storage, we need storage, right? So I don't know if the food pantry trumps the storage that we get in a 10 by 10 building or whatever, right? But it is an opportunity for storage. The other thing is in terms of the refrigerator and the freezer, we've had a request or are getting to a request or a letter in our correspondence from the Agricultural Society saying they would like the refrigerator and they would like the freezer, right? I don't know in terms of our community, I have great worries, longevity and stuff and financial viability of the Legion. I don't know whether they need a refrigerator or a freezer or whatever. So why does the food pantry suddenly trump all these other things, right? And I struggle with that, I guess. So that's why, those are the couple of other points. But I do think we should get the tower, and you can put it in the yard down at the ball yard if you want to, but I think eventually 75-foot tower. I don't know enough like Councilor Woods on the viability of Starlink, but maybe one commercial one that would use the internet for everything is what we do need, right? Maybe there's a cost benefit analysis of what we have now versus what it would cost us to put something that we could get rid of some of these systems, right? And serve, maybe it's commercial and serves everyone capabilities. So I think we should add the tower to an agreement that we have. Anyway, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. What's,
Could I say something, Mr. Mayor?
all right, go ahead, and then I'll.
Thank you. So a couple things. I heard a lot of people speaking there. So I think, nobody would have an issue with there being a food pantry in the municipality as a whole. However, I think it's the way that it's done and the way that it's overseen. If this storage container from the tower was used and put, I think I'll agree more at the fire department, but if it was left for people to come and take stuff and put stuff into it, in the 20-25 year we're in now, who's going to be liable if something in there is bad that the municipality is giving away? The municipality would become liable. So I think there has to be a lot more thought, and Councillor Bray, I think, had mentioned about public health. And I'm sure there's a process that you need to follow to give food out. If it's going to be done through a municipal office, it's probably got to be very regimented and detailed in the way it's done and the way it's followed so that people are not getting sick from the food. So I think all that needs to be addressed first off, along with the location. I agree with what Councillor Woods had said in the sense of, I think you want it somewhere more out of place. And for myself, I would say, yes, you'd have that in an area, and it would be Monday afternoons between 4 and 6 p.m. Somebody could stop by and pick up food that they might need. But they know they'd go to the fire department, for example, to do it. It's not just in the Dundome or in the skating rink area there. And then outside of that, when I was speaking to the fire chief on the weekend, that's when I learned about the radio tower that he said he was asked if he needed it. And I said, what tower? And that's how it got spoken to. And these are the types of thing I think council as a whole would have loved to have known months ago. Instead, we find out, councillors find out when speaking to other people. And this would be the type of thing that if it had come to council, just last year we were trying to find a way to put up towers to go from one building to another building. we had that exact conversation in the last number of months, but at no time was it said, well, there's this 75-foot tower that could be free of charge to us. And although we have Starlink right now, there will be fiber optics coming up the highway in the next year or 2 years, at which time you could still have a centralized server, and you could still beam the signals to other areas from the fiber optic using the tower, and it would probably save on money. And then the last thing, I forget who had said it, but somebody had said during the meeting today that we have a couple Starlinks, but we sometimes go over data. I think we have 3 of them in the municipality right now that are, I'm going to say, roughly $200 a month each. But the thing that surprises me the most, and I brought it up when we were first discussing the Starlink about a year ago, we have personal Starlink systems to be used for personal people. We're a corporation, a municipality. We know we should have a commercial Starlink, but we don't do that. We buy the personal ones, which we shouldn't even be doing. So to say that, oh, maybe we'd have to change something, yes, regardless of a tower or not, we should change that, and it should be a commercial Starlink. That's not an excuse to me. And when it comes to the building, I brought it up, I think it was at the last council meeting. Well, why would it go directly to the food pantry? I think Councillor Lamb had mentioned it, that maybe it could be used for storage. But again, if these things aren't brought to council to be spoken about, do we want this building as a municipality? Do we want this tower as a municipality? Council can't give their ideas. Instead, it came to us, well, the rec committee's taking it. None of us even know it was up for a donation from Cogeco. So again, it's this transparency that we as council need to know about, because I think a storage unit would be great, as Councillor Lamb had said. I think you could turn it into a set heat and air conditioner, and if it was going to move, it could be used for one of the dump attendants to be in one of the buildings. But why would we move?
Sorry.
Well, I think lots of people have spoken more than 5 minutes today already, Mr. Mayor, in all due respect.
Sorry,
Well, I have about 30 seconds left.
well, please finish it up. We got to move on here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But again, I'm the only one that ever gets cut off, and it's because I'm saying something that I don't think you like, Mr. Mayor. But this should have been done through a better process instead of just coming to us with an end result, because there might have been other areas in the municipality that could have used it. So I'm in support of a food pantry program. I'm not in support of the way it's being done, and not in support of us taking ownership of that building for the intended use at this time. I'm in full support that we take ownership of the building, that we take ownership of the tower, and we as council decide on where those two things will or will not be used in down the road. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I'm only going to respond to one thing that I haven't spoken to, and that's the location. The rec committee wrestled with this. Our sort of preferred option would have been to have left it where it was, behind the Grange. The problem is that area is not lit, and there's no hydro there, so we would have had to have installed an electric service and lighting, because you can't have people going after hours in the dark. Plus, it's in the winter time, it's not plowed of snow to get back behind the Grange. It's very, very close to Bob Crescent, so any plowing of Bob Crescent piles snow up against the front of it and so on. So we figured we have to move it somewhere. We looked at a number of places to move it, and there weren't any particularly good ones that weren't already being used. And there was a fair bit of consultation on this. I think the final decision, as far as the rec committee was concerned, was based on There is a similar one in the town of Magnettawan at their community center, and it's similarly located, and yes, it has the issue that sometimes lots of the time people can see who goes to it and everything, but, anyway, the concerns about food safety and so on, I absolutely accept, and I think we could attach an amendment to this, or just an understanding that the rec committee will come back and say to council, okay, this is how we satisfy the requirements of public health, because we know we have to do this. Say the people that are involved in this in the rec committee are food handlers, and they know what the rules are. And they know what there's lots of other ones like this that are operating in other communities. Like this is not an original idea on our part that nobody else has done, but we can certainly come back to council to allay concerns that people have about us being sued by somebody getting sick or something. And I don't think anything that potentially would make anybody sick is going to get in there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, all we're doing today is passing a bylaw that says we're going to enter into an agreement with Cogeco. That's all it is. And all we're saying is, on top of what you're buying being the building, we want to buy the tower too. So just amend the agreement. That's all we're doing today. And then the rest of it is to be determined, location and use, I guess.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor, which is simply that we enter into the agreement. Is somebody proposing an amendment to the motion?
No, but what I'm saying is it's restricted to that. By passing this doesn't mean that, Recreation Committee, go forward, do whatever you want, and just come back to us on whether you're doing it safely or by code or something. That isn't what we're passing today. What we're passing is this.
Well, all right, but I think the rec committee has been pushing this item for a very long time. It's in the budget, which was approved by council. So let's say you said, no, we don't want this building. Well, we still have to go ahead and we still have a mandate to go ahead and do something for a food pantry. So I think you're separating these issues. If you're saying to the rec committee, I don't want you to do a food pantry, that's a showstopper for the rec committee, as far as I'm concerned. I would expect that if that's the answer you're giving to them, that there won't be a rec committee anymore. It'll.
Come on.
I'm serious. This is
a baby. That's like, oh, you don't get my.
No,
I'm taking it home.
Take it seriously.
When there was a discussion at the rec committee, there was some concerns about the food pantry at that time. I brought up lots of things about what are we going to do with the refrigerator later on in the freezer? Just tell the ag committee to go blow because suddenly we're giving it to the rec committee? Are we going to say the locations wherever they want, wherever the rec committee wants it? And then we're council, we direct what happened.
There's more than one refrigerator. That's not.
It's been sitting in a building unheated for 3 years. I don't even know that they're safe, for God's sake.
Sure they are. Well,
what do you mean, sure they are? The building's being ripped down. There's mold in the damn thing. And we're saying, oh yeah, let's give the refrigerator to someone.
Well, that is what you're saying. You're saying, let's give it.
Excuse me, I have the floor. You have to listen to your council as to what they say. They are expressing concerns on this whole issue. No one is against a food pantry that has dry goods in it. No one is against that. But what they are against is the location and mainly the location, right? That's the concern. But it's not carte blanche, just go forward and come back to us with a little bit of information. And a month from now, we show up at a council meeting and find out that the building's sitting under the pavilion here. And we say, no, the rec committee, this is a showstopper for it. That's like being a baby.
Right, so how do you want to resolve the issue?
Exactly what I just said. We're passing 10.1, the bylaw. That's all.
Okay, but how do you want, the next question is, as soon as we get this passed, we have a building.
Well,
just gonna leave it sit behind the.
No,
behind the
I
garage?
think someone, staff, or someone needs to come back on the location, right, where we're going to put this thing. Is one thing, and the rec committee or someone on staff, I would prefer someone on staff. The rec committee don't have direct responsibility for this. Someone on staff research what we need to do to have wet goods or whatever they're called, perishable goods in a food pantry, and what the regulations are, and what we would have to do. And that report comes back to council, and then we make some decisions. But I'm not giving you a carte blanche today with the rec committee, to just go do what the heck you want. So if I need to make an amendment to that effect, I'll make an amendment.
Staff already in 2024 discussed where it would go, and that was their recommendation, was that it go where we
Your
said our
council
CAO
is giving you
our.
other options. We just blow away Councillor Nash and Councillor Woods who say, oh, it should go behind the fire department. We're just gonna blow them away. All they are is council.
No, we considered those, and that was not the advice of the staff that were
Well,
involved.
we've got brand new staff, so why don't we look at some new options?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to say a few things on what's being said right now. So earlier today,
I'm sorry, but I think we've got to.
Mr. Mayor, I have the right to reply back here. I have the right to reply back here, Mr. Mayor. Please don't cut me off.
I saved my answer to the end.
Yes.
An opportunity, and you went over time already.
Mr. Mayor, I'm replying back to items that were said. When somebody says something, council has the right to reply back. I had suggested things earlier in the meeting, and what I got from council, specifically you, was, well, we can just bring that back later. We'll bring a report back later. Staff can come back later and do that. That's exactly what Councillor Lamb is suggesting, that all we're doing now is approving that, yes, we want both the tower and we want both the tower and the building. As for what it's going to be used for, as for where it's going to go, as for how a food pantry will work, we'll all have to come back to council for council's approval. And I find it, I'd said it a couple times, the last meeting I brought my concerns up, I bring my concerns up this meeting, other councillors brought up concerns during the rec committee thing, and all those things are forgotten about, it seems. And to hear that past staff, which you're probably talking about the past CAO, and you had discussed where this building was going to go, when we didn't even know we were going to buy a building, it's beyond me as a councillor. That's not the duties of people until we find out what we're going to buy. That's why things come to council first, not for things to be figured out first and then told to us what's happening when people have concerns. And that's exactly what Councillor Lamb is bringing up too, right? The location doesn't matter right now. Everybody has said a food pantry is a good idea, but we need to figure out what type of a food pantry is it? Is it perishable foods? Is it not? Where's the location? And why can't that storage unit sit exactly where it is right now? It's been hooked up to an 80-foot tower from Cogeco. I'm sure there is already electricity in that building that you could run lights and other things off of. I'm sure there's an electrical panel in it. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't. And if it stayed there, it might. Mr. Mayor, I have the floor right now. I'm sure there's an electrical panel in it. It could stay right there for 2 months to 2 years until council decides what's going to be done with a building that we're buying, which becomes a municipal asset. That's what council's role is. And then we decide how or if we want to use the tower. And until then, it's not up to Councillor Nash, it's not up to the mayor to decide where that building's going to go until council decides. That's what everybody's trying to say, Mr. Mayor.
Question on the motion, because we're
Just on the motion.
motion as it is, please. All those in favor of this motion to authorize entering into the agreement?
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, which says that this is all.
Sorry. You had an opportunity to do that, Councillor Nash.
Well, you didn't know you were gonna directly come out and say, calling the question, everyone put their hands up, just give them a break for God's sake. He wants to make an amendment, not the United States Congress. For God's sake, just let him talk and make an amendment if he wants to.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. My amendment to it is that we enter into an agreement for both the tower and the structure. That's the one part of the amendment. And the second amendment is that the tower and the structure are not to be moved or repurposed until such time that council determines their use and locations.
Want to repeat that? So someone can write it down? So
Yeah, sure.
in the motion where it says shelter, you want to say shelter and tower.
Yes, correct, Councillor Lamb.
And the second part is if you could say it out slowly so Wendy can.
Yeah, the second part would be that until such time that council determines the use.
Hold on, she doesn't take shorthand.
Okay, and until such time that council determines the use of the structure, that it is not to be relocated or repurposed. Were you able to hear that, or do you need me to say it again?
Probably we have your amendment captured on.
I'll second that.
But there has to be, I guess, we treat it as a separate, are you keeping a separate paper on this? This is an amendment. Who's the mover? You're the mover. Who's the seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, it's open. The amendment is open for discussion. All right, thank you. Okay. So we're doing two things. We're adding the shelter and tower. And then the not relocated and repurposed. Yes, I would only point out to you that as you know, it has taken us from, if you go back and look at the chronology of this, which is in my report, or if it's been going on since the fall of last year. We had a very long time, it took us a very, very long time to get this agreement. And I realize it's a very minor change. If you look at the agreement as it says now, the agreement excludes the tower. I don't know, I'm hoping that they would just agree to leave it there. I don't think it's a major issue. That's what they wanted in the first place. That's what they offered. But it may take us a while to get back a response to this agreement, you know, so it further it further delays action on you know, what the Recreation Committee is trying to do. My second issue with this, and I can't support this, and the second reason is that there is no mechanism for how we get to this decision that you're talking about council making. I would have expected to see something that directs staff go and examine this and come back with a recommendation to council. Otherwise, We can't just keep putting it on the agenda and having the same discussion over and over again. Somebody has to make a recommendation, right?
Well, can it be a staff direction that simply says, take a look at the other locations that have been suggested, number one, and either verify that they're good or bad, you know, maybe behind the fire department, the septic's right there and it can't be located from a building standpoint. I don't know the answer to that. That could be the case, right? Or any of the other locations that have been suggested, including keeping where it is, where there, I thought there was no electricity. If there's a panel there that just needs to be hooked up, then there is electricity there. And it can't be a whole lot to just shovel paths to the thing in snow in the wintertime. But anyway, take a look at those things. And more importantly, and again, I think it's staff that comes back that looks into, and it doesn't have to be next month, and they take 2 months to do, but staff come back as to what needs to be done in order to run a food pantry with perishable items. Right? And what are the regulations, and who's going to meet these regulations, whatever they are? Those are the items that need to be done. And maybe it ends up going exactly where the rec committee wants it, and maybe council has the responsibility to say that they have a concern about perishable items. And that's one main concern. And again, don't forget the other part. I guess we tell the agricultural system, if there's more refrigerators than that in there, I want someone to check out the refrigerators to begin with, right? I want someone in there to verify that those refrigerators are fine to use. They've been sitting in there for 3 years, not plugged in a moldy building. And I want them checked out before I'm giving them to the Ag Society or anywhere else. And that's reasonable. So those are the things that need to be done. And that's simply by a staff direction. They know what is needed, and they come back to council in a month or two, and we make all these decisions. We don't force or jam it through today, just because the rec committee may be impatient.
Councillor Woods.
Mr. Chair, through you, there's just one more issue. Sorry, about the placement of the building. You're gonna have to talk to our building inspector. The Ontario Building Code states that if you're gonna have a shed or a garage structure, it has to be so many feet off of any existing structure on property. Setbacks for that. I wanna say it's 2 meters. You couldn't put it anywhere against a wall or under the overhang of the metal because it's considered a building structure.
But it's not 10 by 10, right? It's not,
No matter what size. According to the Ontario Building Code, even if I'm to build a shed on my property, I have to be so far off of the fence line, I have to be so far away from a structure, whether it's a garage or a house. A good idea to talk to Jamie.
okay, well, I don't know, I guess, does our CAO have any comment, or you?
Only,
Want to take this on?
no, just that Councillor Bray has her hand up to make
Oh,
a comment, but,
I'm sorry, I didn't see. Councillor Bray.
I know I'm on the bar, everybody. I just wanted to remind, it's something that we need to keep in mind. The McNettelawn food pantry was started up by a church. Not by the municipality. It is, you know, in the winter time, they did put it in there, they were able to put it inside the, room, whatever, by the way. But it's not, there's no frozen food in it, there's no frozen food. It's all just packaged food, and it's like the size of the point.
Yeah, 10 by 10.
Oh, I just think we need to keep, you know, we need to keep it in mind what we're doing, and I applaud the rec committee for wanting to do things for the community. I mean, that's important, and, you know, they have, you know, we've got a lot of socially minded people on that committee, which is great. But maybe we just need to do it in steps. Maybe we don't have to do it like full on the first time. I don't want them to think that just because we said, hey, you know, we're not sure about the perishable food, we're against the food pantry at all. I think we are for the food pantry. I think all of us. And I think that we want them to understand that, you know, again, sometimes things have to be measured. And I don't think I know that they did report, they didn't talk about the food pantry. I don't think anyone has come back to actually say how it was gonna operate, and who's gonna be responsible for it, and how are they gonna be responsible. And you know, and so like I don't want them to think we're all against, because I don't think we are. I think we're very much for them. It's just that, again, that building didn't come back to council the first time around either. So maybe we can just sort of try and make people feel like it's, you know, that it may not be exactly what we want, but we're hoping that they're going to be okay with us, you know, whatever happens, and that they understand that things we have to change a bit. I just feel when you say it's going to be the end of the committee, then I think we need to have a discussion with the committee to say, you know, how did we get to this point where food bank and this one building and a refrigerator and a freezer become the ultimate thing for the whole rec committee. I think we need to talk about that. Because the rec committee does so many other really good things and need to be applauded for those things. So I think I see head shaking, nodding, I should say nodding, and so I know we're all in agreement. So I just want to make sure that the right just going back to them to say, hey, we're on this, but we just need to go a little more slowly and figure this all out, make sure we are protecting the municipality as well as them too.
Okay, thank you. I guess I don't really want to prolong this discussion, but anyway, there is an amendment on the floor. I don't know. I would caution you that the tone of this amendment is going to be viewed as offensive. The second part of the thing, if it said that if it was a staff direction to you know, to look at the location and resolve issues around food safety and things of that sort, I don't think anybody would have any issue with it, but you know, kind of putting it saying you don't do anything until council agrees. The interpretation of that is that will be, I can tell you with some authority, the interpretation, not because of me, but because of the committee's perception of how council views what they do, that this will be, okay, they don't really want us to do this. And I think, you know, people will listen to this conversation and that's the conclusion of offering. So, my suggestion would be that you somehow or other to get the second part of it. Change the wording of the second part, but if you wish to vote on this, I'll do it just for the sake of getting on to other stuff here, because we can't stay here all day, right? You know?
And Mr. Mayor, as the mover of the motion and hearing what you've just said there, just two quick things. You are a member of the committee, right? Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Right. So you'd be able to tell the committee very simply what everybody's saying. The unfortunate part is the reason I want that in the motion is because I don't trust what you will do if we don't put it there, to be quite honest. And you can tell the rec committee that's what I think as well, right? you're very easily able to tell the rec committee that everybody's for a food pantry. We just need to know stuff. Or you can turn a blind eye, which is what you're saying would probably be done because they'll think of it differently. It's all in the information somebody's told, right? It's not in what the motion says, it's what something's been told. And the track record says, especially on this item, is if council wants to make a decision, we need to stop the mayor from doing what he's done in the past. I'm just calling a spade here, Mr. Mayor. So I would ask for the motion to be voted on, and I would ask for it to be I'd ask for it to be a recorded vote.
Okay, so on the amendment, recorded vote. Do you want me to read it to you again? All right. Those in favor of the, oh, sorry, you're gonna.
Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Bray,
Yes.
Councilor Lamb,
Yeah.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Conry.
No.
Thank you. That motion is carried. That amendment is carried.
Right, so the motion then as amended reads as follows, that bylaw number 2020-2025 being a bylaw to authorize entering into an agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and Cogeco Connection Inc. The transfer of ownership of the shelter and tower located at 2130 Highway 124 is hereby passed this 20th day of May 2025. And then until such time as council determines the use of the structure is not to be relocated or repurposed. It was moved by Councillor Woods and seconded by Councillor. The original motion was moved by Councillor Woods and seconded by Councillor Gray. We'll do a recorded vote on this one. Sorry, who asked for the recorded vote the last time around?
Councillor Nash.
All right, so I just want to make the work correct here. The amendment was carried. We'll do a recorded vote on this one too.
Thank you. Councilor Bray,
Yes.
Councilor Lamb,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Conry.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, that motion is carried.
All right. Next item is 10.2. The agreement or the budget bylaw. Oh, I'm wrong. Sorry.
You're right.
Oh, no, it is. It says, yeah, sorry. Adoption of all sums required during the year. So, here's the motion, that bylaw number 21-2025, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sum. Right. To adopt the estimates of all sums required during the year, to adopt the rates of taxation for year 2025 is hereby passed this 20th day of May 2025. Get a mover and seconder, please. Councilor Woods. Councilor Gray. It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? We had quite a lot already. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please. You want a recorded vote on this one?
Yeah, do a recorded vote if you could, Mr. Mayor. I can request that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Lamb. Councilor Nash,
No.
Councilor Woods,
Yes.
Councilor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Conry.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay, 10.3. Bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement for a bylaw enforcement officer. That Here's the motion that bylaw number 22-2025, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement for a bylaw enforcement officer for the corporation and municipality of Whitestone, to appoint a bylaw enforcement officer for the corporation, and to appoint a bylaw enforcement officer for the corporation and municipality of Whitestone. It's hereby passed this 20th day of May, 2025. Would like to move this one. Okay, I saw Councillor Lamb and Councillor Woods. Seconder? Before I ask for general comments, did you wish to say anything about this, CAL clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. This is simply a contract as previously reported, I think in our last closed meeting, we discussed differences between this contract and the previous contract. And so there was a few minor changes that were made to the draft since then, but for the most part, it's essentially, from a financial point of view anyway, it's the same as it was when council would have last seen it. I can further say that I look forward to having a bylaw enforcement officer in place as the season is now for increased calls.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments from council? No? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bray.
No, I don't think it has anything to do with the actual bylaw, but I do remember reading somewhere where there's dogs are the only one that has to be responded to immediately. And I'm just a little concerned about the ones like noise, because noise, if they're not responded to right away, means that people still have to put up with that noise, and it's not, it's sort of heard and understood by the bylaw officer. So that's just something to take into consideration maybe later on.
Thank you, Councillor.
I don't know why noise or why dogs trump noise. One's barking, the other one's having a party at 2 o'clock or whatever, right? And we're going to be talking, because we have some legal advice on short-term rentals and all that kind of stuff. And really, when it comes down to, we have bylaws that should be all enforceable, right? Noise and lights. And these sorts of things, and dogs barking, we have a dog bylaw, we have fire regulations, right? And we have to be able to respond as soon as we can. When people are experiencing the problem at 10 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night or something, who's going to respond? If it's a Friday night and they call, when do they get a response? On Monday morning? Those are just typical bylaw issues, but I would hope that we can respond maybe a little better, particularly on off hours and weekends than we have. The other thought that I have is that the new bylaw officer is really going to have to take all of our bylaws that affect her and study them carefully, right? Right now, for instance, we've passed this trailer bylaw last year that I think has cleaned up a lot of, for instance, Wawashkesh, where we got trailers and whatever. But they have to come up with a strategy of where this week thing comes in, right? Where it's got to be attached to a vehicle and that kind of thing. So needs to really study all that so that we can be up to par out at the boat launches. There are some issues and things like that. Those are just comments more than anything, but I think it's good that we finally have found the bylaw officer. I guess we need to thank Paul Rossiter for his 15 years. I I think it's the bylaw officer ever since I've been on council, but I may be wrong, it goes back must be 20 years. I think you got a 20-year pin or something these last years. Anyway, those are just my comments.
Okay, thanks. Are there other comments about this? Are you ready for the question now? All those in favor, please indicate. Hands up in the room.
Councillor Nash, yes.
That's carried. Next item is 10.4, and we agreed to defer that earlier discussion, so I will just put that one. We'll defer that from the meeting. Brings us to business matters. And the first one has to do with proclamation of June 2025 as Seniors Month. Whereas Seniors Month is an annual nationwide celebration, and whereas seniors have contributed and continue to contribute immensely to the life and vibrancy of the Whitestone community, and whereas seniors continue to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and important and active members of this community, whereas their contributions past and present warrant appreciation and recognition, and their stories deserve to be told, whereas the health and well-being of seniors is in the interest of all and further adds to the health and well-being of the community, whereas the knowledge and experience seniors pass on to us continues to benefit all. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor George Comrie, on behalf of Whitestone Council, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2025 as Seniors Month in the Municipality of Whitestone, and encourage all citizens to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of our seniors. Mover and seconder. Councillor Woods is moving, seconded by.
I can second Councillor Nash.
All right, we'll get you, Councillor Nash. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. The next one. Monarch butterflies. Whereas the monarch butterfly is an iconic North American species whose multi-generational migration and metamorphosis from caterpillar to butterfly has captured the imagination of millions of people. Whereas both the western and eastern monarch populations have seen significant declines, with less than 1% of the western monarch population remaining, while the eastern population has fallen by as much as 90%. Whereas the municipality of Whitestone recognizes that human health ultimately depends on well-functioning ecosystems, that biodiverse regions can better support food production, healthy soil and air quality, and can foster healthy connections of community life. Whereas cities, towns, and rural areas play a critical role in helping to save the monarch butterfly, the municipality of Whitestone is eager to participate in the National Wildlife Federation Mayor's Monarch Pledge. Whereas every resident of the municipality of Whitestone can make a difference for the monarch by preserving and planting native and nectar plants to provide habitat for the monarch and pollinators. Now therefore be it resolved that the municipality of Whitestone does hereby proclaim the Monarch Pledge in the municipality of Whitestone and encourages all residents to participate in monarch butterfly conservation. Mover and seconder for that. I see Councillor Woods is moving.
And I can second it, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on this one?
If I might, Mr. Mayor, just a brief comment. Councillor Nash, this was something that we missed last year as a community, And it wasn't noticed that it was missed until the environmental committee. We were talking about the 2025 monarch butterflies and the pledge, and we noticed that there was no pledge done last year. So I'm really happy to see it on here today. I hope it passes, and I know the environmental committee will be happy to see that it was on council as well, the agenda. Thank you.
I did in fact receive the page and signed it, but I don't think it got publicized anywhere for some reason, and I don't know quite what led to that, but in any case, it wasn't. We were recorded of having supported it, but I didn't think it noticed. Hopefully this year we can make sure that it gets publicly noticed. Anything else, way of discussion? Right, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. Aye.
Councillor Nash, yes.
This brings us to correspondence. So we have a number of items here, but I'll get the motion on the floor first, and then we'll populate the list if we want to talk about any of them. Whereas the Council of the Municipality has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 7 of the May 20th, 2025 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion / action. Over Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Woods. Okay, so if I go back to the list, where it is here, there are items A through H. Well, there's 3B items. Any of those you wish to extract for discussion? Hearing none, or are there some you wish to discuss? Okay, then, can I call the question? All those in favor of receiving these items? Information. So Nash?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, I will say none extracted. All right, let's see where we are now. There aren't any matters arising from correspondence. Number 13, councillor items. Are there any councillor items? Councillor Lamb.
Just I'm just going to briefly talk about Phenom. I went to the Phenom the clerk, May 7th in North Bay. I guess overall, I found it interesting, but in many cases, not tremendously relevant to Whitestone itself. A lot of stuff that's relevant to people north of us here, both small and large communities. Also found out that probably hard of hearing because they have a very difficult time hearing during the presentation what they were saying, and because a lot of people in the back of the room were talking, right? And what generally was happening was they had a half-hour PowerPoint presentation that they were trying to fit into 15 minutes. So they were talking fast and a lot of it just didn't connect, with me anyway. The first topic was AI. And I sat and listened. I could hear the person, but it was so far over my head that all I said and put in my notes was AI and Dan Hildebrandt. And the question that comes out of that, and I'd like to note this, is how is AI going to affect this municipality? And what are our opportunities with AI to positively use AI within the municipality, whatever that means, right? And Dan knows far more about that, or maybe the mayor does, than I could ever imagine, but that's what I kind of got out of that particular session. I'm sure that Wendy can put up onto our website, or if any counselors are interested, links to the various items and subjects and that sort of thing. Their bit on the last day was kind of interesting. You had a bunch of ministers and stuff, but again, the questions were only about 6 or 8 questions, right? Many of them had to do with, like it's very interesting that the new train went through from Auckland or whatever to the Union Station, but that's all the people along Highway 11, right? And so they're very interested in that. A lot about roads, north of here, and whether they're twinned or passing lanes, and a lot of road work up that way. A lot of talk about the ring of fire and all the mineral extraction and those sorts of things that is going on north of here, and are really being described as Ontario's equivalent to Alberta's oil, right? This is where our strength is going to be in the future. So all that kind of stuff is interesting. I found the minister that was the most seasoned was Vic Vitale from North Bay. I mean, he's a real seasoned veteran of politics, and he sort of kept all the others in line, security during the bear pit and whatever. So, I could go on through the session. And again, I encourage people if they want to. My impression, having gone to Roma, having gone to this, is that Roma is far more targeted to a community like Whitestone than this is. And those are just my general comments. Also had their annual meeting, and there was a resolution in our correspondence that they sent, and these people work hard during the year on everyone's behalf, and so yeah, it was good. The banquet was good, except most people, like my grandmother, they could sell all of it, so I didn't even know it was a piece of roast beef. Who in God's name ever cooked this thing? But anyway, I don't know whether Wendy has anything to say, but those are just my general comments.
Jump in on that one. I was going to do a report once I had the presentations from all the presenters, presentations. Yeah, it was sent as links for the report. Except that I actually like the roast beef.
Oh, there you go. Okay, are there other council items? Council Gray.
Yeah, I guess. One of the things that we should remember when we're going to the district municipal meeting is that we have a non-app for our district. And so if there are things that we think that need to be looked at or put forward, we should remember that we have a rep. And if we find that things are maybe further north and not enough in this area, or is it more central or more? Southern and north, then maybe we could make some suggestions, but anyway, that's just a comment. I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention, council's attention, that, and also the public, because it's open to the public. That the Orchard Bay Biosphere is having a climate action forum, and it's on June 12th from 1 till 6 p.m. and it's an opportunity to ride an e-bike, learn how EVs work and sustainable transportation, check out composting options, reduce food waste, and chat with repair experts, talk to contractors and designers, solar panels, heat pumps, sustainable buildings, and more. It's free, so it's open for everybody. And it's really quite an interesting trade show for you to participate in and see everything. It's really, really good. And council is also invited to the morning. You have to let them know. Council is invited to the morning, which is the IceCap AGM. And it will be, and all of this is at the Stockton Center. So I would suggest if anybody on council, I'm going, but if there's anybody else that Mr. Black knows, so that he can put it in that there's other people that want to attend. I think that it's a really worthwhile thing to go to, and I encourage people to go. I met a few church people at the forum for the trade show afterwards, both years. So I think it's know that people are interested.
Did you have some more? Right. So what?
Mr. Mayor, through you. I got a few, but I don't think it will take very long. First one being is last year, I want to say we passed a motion, resolution that council calendar of events indicate where we will all be in. Oh, it's started up with it last year. We were going to use it. We could see in the public could see online, you know, where Janice is going to be if she's going to a conference, or where Joe would be if he was up at or the mayor would be the last one. Or if I'm going out with the kids or national for doing this work with the environmental stewardship committee on a trail or something. I just want to bring that back up. I don't think we've been done with that, but I honestly think it's a good tool for everybody. And a good idea to have. Just for a real quick one. Talking to some people over the last, say, week and a half, now that summer season's upon us and everybody's coming up, I've always brought up on our municipal website where it shows where our boat launches are, right? What boat launches there are, what we use. One of the pieces of information that I think is lacking on there, and I really think we should update, is you click on it, it shows you the launch. You should have something to say, you know, what size of boat that launch is used. We get into Clear Lake, right? Not the greatest of access to get into there. You get in there with a little tinny, but you're not getting in there with a 20-footer, right? You want to see anyone get buried or stuff. Or, you know, oh, I guess you can put a real big boat on it. Right? It's not just for canoes or tinnies, that idea, but I do think that some of our launches, like there's a little one on Manson Lake where you're dragging a tinny across that muck pile or a canoe to get in there, right? As opposed to that boat launch, I just wouldn't want to see someone try to back a big boat up and get stuck in some of these spots that they're harder to navigate. Operating the reliability see in the near future. All we have been doing work at many of our launches. Just an idea. They had some people ask, well, we want to bring a big boat over for this, don't bother. We can stop for sure. Then I just wanted to who's back up. I don't know about it. We had a delegation last year for some people living around Clear Lake. No, Mr. Barrett, had brief discussions. I think more discussions help. Because I do think there's some things we could do, but I think we need to have that discussion again, all of us on council, because this season is upon us, right? We're gonna start getting calls. I know there was a lot of people working for Black Lake this past weekend. We all know, but by the summer season, we get calls as people who are irate, people trying to do stuff. Right? And saying that, signage. I know we always have to increase our signage, but on our launches and our problem areas, we need to just pay attention to signage and the work manager and we talk about that. But now that we're fully on the staff, and it's this time of year, I think we should all, the areas we need to focus on, for sure, all what they are.
Okay, thank you. I have one if nobody else, and that's that you've got to segue into it.
Yeah, I have one, Mr. Mayor, but you can go first, of course.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple comments. Councillor Woods, I couldn't hear you too well. I could hear you well throughout the meeting, but just when you were just speaking there, I couldn't hear you too well, just so that you're aware. I guess I just wanted to let everybody know, I'm not sure if Councillor Woods said it, but the two flags up at the fire station number 2 and the flagpoles have been completed. And I know a couple residents up there have already noticed it and thanked the municipality for having both the Canadian and Ontario flag and 2 new flagpoles up there. So that's one. Number 2 was I noticed, and I also got a call from one person on it, that the bunny trail was swept this year. So all the sand from the winter road works has all been brushed off the bunny trail, which was great to see. I think it's a great improvement. And I'll thank the Works Department for that and want to pass along a thank you from some people that live up at the end of the bunny trail. So thank you for that. Number 3 was just one of the items in the Environmental Stewardship Committee was trying to get the installation. It would be part of the budget in the committee already. And it was trying to test out at 2 of the boat launches a bear-proof garbage can to help clean up some of the litter, dog poop bags, beer cans, whatever it might be. So just wanted to let council know of that. We're trying to work through what locations it would be and then work with the Works Department on how those would be installed or if they'd want the committee to have them installed. So just wanted to provide that for an update for everybody. And then lastly, I know the CAO did provide a brief update, but I've gotten some questions from some people, and I guess I have a very big question on it. And just the IT system and making sure we get that done. I know we're working on it. I know hopefully it'll be done relatively soon. But I know we've had equipment that was purchased, going on 6 months ago. So I think it is a really high priority. And just the one thing I want to stress, and I think it was noted in one of the emails recently, was that what council approved was simply a camera in the room that would oversee all of council. It's not a Zoom camera. It's not an owl. It's nothing like that. It's simply one camera in the room, doesn't pan or zoom, that sees everybody. And I just want to make sure that that is what is being installed, and it's nothing different than what was discussed and approved by council during the debate on this over a year ago. And that's all my comments.
Yeah, I don't, through you, your worship, I don't have a detailed response, but the timeline that I had initiated is hopefully going to take place, and we'll have that installation start here as soon as possible after this meeting. In terms of the camera, no camera has been purchased yet. I think, my understanding and my intent was to, and through discussions with the, IT contractor, it's an OWL camera. If that's not, the direction we're going, it's the first I've heard of it, so, I guess if anyone has some concerns or some direction has previously been given, then, if you could let me know, and, I will look into that, but that was the intent, was to purchase a OWL camera. That we would be able to get these Zoom meetings to be more useful to the actual viewer that's looking at a council meeting, as opposed to looking at just the mayor's, just the mayor's image.
Yeah, and through that, Nigel, thank you. What was spoken about before your time here was that it was just a simple camera installed in the back of the room that would see all of the attendees, all of staff, and any visitors and council members. It was no OWL camera on a tripod that zoomed into people talking. This was talked about extensively, and I know the majority of council did not want anything like that. So that's why when I heard rumors of something like this, I want to make sure that is not what's getting installed. That was not the direction. Whoever was working through this knew that wasn't the direction, but now I'm hearing that it's something different being installed. So it was just supposed to be a simple camera, non-zooming, non-panning, just saw the entire room, just like you'd see at many other council meetings. And if somebody had a Zoom show, of course that would, or a presentation, that could be on your Zoom call or on your presentation screen, but no cameras that zoomed in, unless I'm misinformed and I misunderstood what the majority of council wanted, but that's what I understood was to take place. It was just a simple, very simple camera. So I'm glad you haven't purchased one already. I'm not sure if any other council members would like to speak to this now, so we don't have an issue once stuff's installed incorrectly.
Councillor Lamb is going to comment, I think.
Yeah. Councillor Nash, you're exactly right in terms of what was discussed and decided on by council. But I don't know much about OWL cameras. But, you know, if through the investigation, et cetera, staff and our IT consultant and other people are saying, yeah, but there's this other camera that can do an even better job, or it's you know, gives greater functionality, and it's a little cheaper, or a little more expensive, or whatever. I have an interest in hearing that, rather than just saying, that's what we decided, so let's just cut her off, let's not get anything else. I agree with what you're saying, but I think it would be up to staff before they purchase any camera. If they want an OWL camera, and if it serves the long term our municipality much better to have this other type of camera, then I'd like to hear about it, not just dismiss it out of hand. So that's my stance on it. And there's nothing wrong with it coming back, and it can always be rejected, but, you know, so you're right, but again, they've done some work on it, let's not, you know, whatever, that's my thought, anyway.
Through you, your worship, but before we make any move on the camera, we will bring it back and tell you either the reasons for or against, or the pros and cons of each of the options, and then you can make a decision. The whole plan for the AV in this facility has changed somewhat, so I think it's until we start getting some of the pieces installed, that'll be when we determine what the most suitable option is for a camera, and I think that'll be the final piece of the puzzle. So we will bring that information back to you.
I think that the audio part is as important as the video part, because we all struggle and move these doggone things. So hopefully we can all get the lapel one like I have on, and just what we had initially, right? But anyway, thank you. That's a good comment.
So I really need to weigh in on this. There are, It's 100% clear in my mind that the camera that we want to buy is a camera that has the ability to zoom. There's a whole bunch of reasons for that, which I'll come to in a minute, but, I do, and I recall the conversation in council before about just some people saying, oh, we don't need this. But it can always be set up in such a way, depending on how we configure it, whether it zooms or not. So if council in its system or otherwise says, oh, no, we just want to be able to see everybody at a distance, and we don't want to see clearly who's speaking and whatever, I suppose that's council's prerogative. I would not support it though, and I wouldn't support it for the following reason. I've been in many meetings that are held in other council chambers with cameras that are fixed on the wall. And you cannot tell who is in the room at the table because they're so far away. You can see people sitting there, but you can't tell who they are, never mind who's speaking. And I suggest to you that that's worthless for people on Zoom. It's absolutely worthless. And it's when you participate in such a meeting on Zoom, it's very frustrating because you don't know who it was unless the mic is picking them up well enough that you recognize their voices. You don't know, and sometimes you do recognize them and you didn't even realize that person was in the room. So you want, for some of the things that we would be doing, we probably want the thing, like let's say we've got somebody at the podium doing a presentation. We want the camera to focus in on them. And the good cameras, and they're not that much more expensive, but the good ones these days, you can turn them so that they do that automatically. They pick up where the sound's coming from and they point to the person. But if council, as I said before, if council says, no, we don't want to do that, well, you don't have to do it. You can just turn it off and it'll sit there and it'll look at the room like it was looking at it through a fishbowl lens, right? So, nobody's, if we get a camera now, a so-called owl camera, nobody's ox is going to be gored here if it isn't what we want, but, I feel very strongly that this is technologically the way to go. Dan Hildebrand understands that, he agrees. I think that's the way we decided. I think that's what we thought.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing is, Mr. Mayor, is that when we voted to approve the IT stuff, we had a specific vote and we talked about it to say it wasn't going to be a zooming camera. So did somebody tell Dan Hildebrand it's a non-zooming camera is what we want? I don't know how it came to be an owl camera, which literally looks like an owl, not too professional if you ask me, on a tripod. Where did that ever enter into it's going to be a wall-mounted camera that doesn't zoom, which we spoke about 2 years ago when this got approved, and you, Mr. Mayor, were pushing for the zooming, and we all said we don't want it to zoom, and here we found out again it's going to be a tripod camera that does zoom. Why would the IT guy tell us to get a camera on a tripod that zooms in when our direction was not a zooming camera? So I don't know
what tripod has to do with it. You can mount them anywhere you want them. I remember you specifically saying, oh, we don't need a camera that zooms, Councillor Nash. I agree wholeheartedly. I don't believe there was any resolution by council. And even if there was, I think we should do what the CAO clerk said, which is we should come back with some advice.
I
Functionally,
said it.
As I said before, if you don't want the camera to zoom, you can pass a resolution saying we don't want it to zoom in a council meeting, but there might be other times when we specifically do want it to zoom. And then it means somebody, if you get one that won't do it, then it means somebody has to climb up and fiddle with it to get it focused.
Yeah,
And I have used cameras like this in other settings, and there has to be a person there manipulating it. Why would you do that when you can get one that does it, when you need it to do that? Why would you get one like that that requires human intervention if you don't need it?
Mr.
Anyway, look, we don't have to decide this
Excuse
today.
me, gentlemen,
Yeah,
we're having a debate that we should, you know, this is about a council item, I think, okay? And we're
Yeah,
having-
it's about counselor items, but the one thing I don't like is right now, the beginning of each meeting, when we stand up for O Canada, all you see is the mayor's crotch. Who wants to see that? Nobody.
I stand
Why
aside.
do we need hold on, why do we need a camera on a laptop that zoomed in at the mayor's crotch during O Canada? Nobody wants to see zoom in of stuff like this.
Listen, they haven't bought a camera. Before they buy a camera, they're going to come back with the idea of this fixed camera thing that we had, that we did discuss, and I think that's what we said, and say, here's a fixed camera, but it's called an owl or a hawk or a whatever the hell it's called, and here's the functionality of it, which can do both, right, is what I'm hearing the mayor say. Again, let's not throw the baby out with the wash because of some semantic or thing we did 6 months ago. I don't know enough about these things. I want it done right. For God's sakes, we've been working on it for 2 years. And I hate to get an antiquated system at the same price because we want this fixed camera. We got it in our mind. Like, at least listen before we can always say, yeah, no, go back to do exactly what we wanted to do. But I kind of get the idea that this is a more powerful camera than we think and has far more functionality for us now and into the future. And if that's the case, I'll be voting for that camera, I'll tell you. I won't be stuck into, well, we told you this, so let's just do that, right? Like we were working on non-technical things, right? When we made that decision of a fixed camera, I don't think any of us really knew cameras, right? I sure as heck didn't, and I want to make the right decision for the community and for council and for the community. So let's just wait and we can get a report on it, which hopefully can come next month. Because I agree with you, Councilor Nash, this has been long overdue.
Okay, have we finished with this item? Sounds like it. Okay, I do have one more. Wanted to give you a short oral report on a meeting that CAO clerk and I had with MPP Graydon Smith back on the April 24th. The meeting was arranged by Minister Smith's writing assistant, and that I guess partly was a follow-up to our request for a meeting that you'll remember prior to the provincial election. It was also billed as an opportunity to meet our new CAO clerk. So it was on very short notice, but it turned out that he was able to accompany me, so those introductions were made. We did talk about a couple of things, and I thought I would just share with you what they were. First was his new cabinet role as Associate Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. He's not the Minister of Natural Resources anymore. He's Associate Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So given that there are now 5 members of the legislature assigned to this ministry, we wondered if he had been given a specific mandate or assigned to handle specific files. And his answer was no, at least not so far. I kind of attribute this contribution of political attention to that ministry, to the Premier's frustration with the province's slow progress in addressing the housing crisis since his government's first election, and you probably are seeing some in the media, some reflections of that, I guess. And I did make the comment that unfortunately, I think much of this lack of progress is being blamed fairly on municipalities. Anyway, there are also non-housing issues within MMAH, such as sustainable municipal funding and codes of conduct and that sort of thing. It is worth noting that prior to entering provincial politics, Braden Smith was the mayor of the town of Bracebridge, and he was also president of AMO. And in addition, Simcoe Gray MPP Brian Henderson, who is one of the parliamentary assistants, he was the mayor of Collingwood before he entered provincial politics. So both of these guys understand pretty well life in this world. Anyway, I guess we just have to stay tuned and see what's evolving there. We did ask him whether he had, what his expectations of Whitestone might be with respect to the province's housing mandate. And we didn't get a clear answer to that question, but we did discuss the topic. And he is aware that there's an acute shortage of housing in Westbury Sound at all price points. He's also aware of the various projects that are underway to us to address it. He offered the opinion that we need a master plan as a district, and municipalities should be prepared to contribute, but as they are able. So, for what that's worth. We asked about the status of proposed changes to the legislation and protocols around codes of conduct, conflict of interest, integrity commissioners, and so on. And his answer was that the bill to address those matters was introduced last fall, but died on the order paper when the legislature was adjourned for the provincial election. And he said we could expect it to be introduced shortly, sometime this spring. And hopefully there will be opportunities to address it in committee. Because I'm not speaking personally here, I'm not convinced that it's 100% good to go the way it is. We did bring up the subject of the undesirable camping activity in the areas of Clear Lake, Black Lake, Brown Lake, etc. And as you'll recall, we had an agreement with Mr. Smith previously that he would meet with us to address this issue. So his riding assistant said he would work on arranging a meeting with affected parties, including OPP, M&R enforcement, and so on, to discuss possible short-term solutions to this. We did note that the summer, when these problems will undoubtedly reemerge is fast approaching. And on that note, I can tell you I was in Ardbeg on Sunday, I guess. By the way, for the closing of Loggers Restaurant, if you haven't heard already, the owner has decided to put it up for sale. But anyway, parked in front of it was a tractor trailer. I can show you a picture of my phone if you want. It's a float, a massive float that was used to carry 3 large pickup trucks jacked up. These are the mudders. So it's folks going money. And they were back there doing somewhere. The float was just parked beside the railway tracks on the Loggers property. So we're back into mudding season, and I agree with Councilor Woods that I think we need to try and get some assistance from M&R, particularly as to what we can do to keep people from being disturbed, or residents from our ratepayers from being disturbed back there by folks who are bent on tearing up the territory. We did talk about just a couple more things. We did talk about economic development in Westbury Sound, and Because that's something of the interest to me, not just because of this, the future of the collaborative and that sort of thing. And again, he sort of highlighted the need for collaboration, the lack of a coordinated plan at the district level for ECDEV. And finally, we did touch on the Parry Sound Mega School, which you may have seen a little bit about. There's obviously controversy going on, and there was some fairly, I think I would be out of order to say aggressive correspondence from Minister of Education, Paul Calandra, to the school board, telling them what exactly he thought about people's assertion that this mega school thing was maybe not the right way to go for the kids that are at McDougall and Nobel. So he had no comments on that. I guess politically it's not sort of right in his face, but in any case, I don't know. I don't have anything useful to tell you about where that's going to go. So anyway, I just thought I would let you know that we did have that meeting. It was a very cordial meeting and everything. It's just it was really just a kind of an introduction, and hopefully we will in the near future have some response about if we can try to get down to more working level solutions in terms of what we can do to more compatible use of the country. Western frontier, I call it.
I appreciate that he's thinking about that and he's going to look at getting the different ministries together. I would suggest that if there's any correspondence from him, that the fire department also be included, because we often are in that area a lot in the summertime and get a lot of calls. So I think that our chief would appreciate being part of that, those discussions around solutions and things like that.
Well, thank you for that. I was going to say that previously, if you go back a couple of years, we did have a delegation to NR about this, and we did have a list of people who should be participating. The fire department was definitely on it because it was emergency. There's a significant risk to life and safety to people back there and to our first responders if they have to go back and so on. So it's not just a question of disturbance to ratepayers. So I should have given an opportunity to DAO clerk to see if he wanted to add any of his observations, because I know he took full notes of the conversation and might have missed something.
For you, Your Worship, thanks for the opportunity. I think realistically, it was it was a sort of a wide-ranging meeting in terms of topics, and I think you've covered most of them from what I recall and what I've taken notes of. I think your report is good.
Anything else, or?
Yeah, not to get in. Not to get into the debate on Clear Lake specifically, but I think that needs to come to us later. Like the summer is upon us, and if we're waiting for Greg Smith or the MNR and the OPP and all these people to come and tell us what they're going to do, don't hold your breath. Because I don't think that's going to happen real quickly. So there are some things that, like, I don't know how long it takes, for instance, to get a land use permit for that area where they're camping in the Clear Lake Road. If we can get one fairly quickly, all we do is get the land use permit, put a sign up that says no overnight camping, no overnight parking or something, and it's settled. Right? Like, it's simple. In my mind, but again, maybe out to lunch. But does it take 2 years to get a land use permit, or if we said we go get a land use permit, can we get it within a month or two, or Yeah.
Well, not based on past experience, but again, one point in time, the MNR said that they would put up such a sign. Because they have the district manager has the authority to do it and has exercised it, not the current one, but previous predecessors have exercised it in the past.
Well, we'll do it.
So, well, we will, but I think if it doesn't say MNR, then an MNR enforcement doesn't know to enforce it. Folks involved would probably thumb their nose at it and say, oh, that's public lands, you don't have the authority to do that, where's your? But if the politicians agree to do it, and they will take direction if somebody stands up and says, look, you need to do that so that we don't have a repeat of last year, and that's.
We are gonna have a repeat.
That's what I'm hoping for before they get it. So I don't know. I mean, we could have, and I thought about this originally, was that maybe what we would do is have us fall, maybe we would try and have a special meeting with folks who were affected by this, just have whatever politicians. So it would be a council meeting if we're gonna have all the council there, of course. We could invite MPP to come and listen to what people have to say. I don't sense that he's not convinced it's not an issue. It's just a question of trying to get, the political critical momentum politically for them to do something. I don't know what it'll take, but I can promise you that I will ask them about it. Let me put it that way. Anyway, that's great.
On that note, and knowing, that the fire department does have a lot of, calls volume goes up quite a bit in the summertime. And also just a reminder that the, EMS services are going back on how far they will go in terms of like going in our boats. So that means we as a fire department have to go out and get the person back to that space. So I really think that I would hope that you would test it with the, make sure that the fire department is involved, because when we have to go up to Ardbeg or Bulger and things like that, and all of those areas, Black Lake, and Clear Lake, we haven't had many, I don't remember a call there at this point, but it's just that, we are bound to go, and so it is a lot of work, and it is a little bit worrisome in knowing just who's going to be supportive of maintaining, whatever in that area. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Thank you. If that's it for councilor items, we do have two members of the public still on. I can see, are there any questions from the public this time? Okay, if there are not, then our next item would be to move into closed. We do have a few items in closed. Do you wish a break? Okay, let's move the door to closed. All right, if you want to do that right now, we can do that. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray, that this meeting be adjourned into a closed session meeting at 4:28 p.m. The following matters, and there's closed session minutes, senior of the year 2025, some personal matters about an identifiable individuals planning to join or resign from various committees, the Fire and Rescue Service, and a couple of items related to two items related to the security and of the property of the municipality having to do with cybersecurity. And then 2 items that are subject to solicitor client privilege. So that's what we're doing. All this in favor of adjournment. Okay, I'm gonna. So Nash, are you?
Yep, I agree. In favor.
Thank you. We are turned to closed session and we're taking a short recess. Assuming you agree, Councillor Nash, too. Okay,
Yep, I agree. I agree. Yep.
Thank you. We are now back in regular session and we're just gonna wrap up our last few things here. Business arising from the closed session. Get a mover and seconder, please. If the council approved the regular closed session council meeting minutes of Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Lamb, I got. Okay. All those in favor? Councillor Nash?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
All right, thank you. Next one. Resignation from the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee. Mover and seconder that the council of the municipality of Whitestone accepts the resignation of Andrew Byrne, the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee, and thanks him for his time and contributions to the committee. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
That's carried. Next one. 15.3.2. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone appoints Jessica Scott to the Whitestone Recreation Committee. Mover and seconder. Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Fifteen point 3.3. Mover and seconder that the council of the municipality of Whitestone appoints May Tilson to the Maple Island Thrift Shop Committee. Councillor Lamb moves, Councillor Wood seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Fifteen 3.4, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone appoints Lisa Merritt Reicherman to the Maple Island Thrift Shop Committee. Councillor Woods moves. Councillor Gray seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Finally, 15.3.5, volunteer application to the Whitestone Fire and Rescue Service for George Joyce. The council, mover and seconder, the council appoints him as a probationary firefighter first rescuer. Lamb, so Gray seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Then for appointments, 15.4, mover and seconder, the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives reports closed 2025-04 cybersecurity and key recommendations from MyTech Information Technology for information. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Gray. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, finally, 15.5. Again, a mover and seconder that the council of the Municipality of Whitestone received the memorandum from Paula Macri, planning assistant, regarding the legal review of the proposed short-term rental units bylaw, and that staff proceeds to implement changes to the short-term rental bylaw and bring a new draft to council at a future meeting. Would you like to move that one? Councilor Gray, seconded by Councilor Woods. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
We're almost done. Confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 24-2025, being the confirmatory bylaw for the regular council meeting of the Municipality of Whitestone on May 20th, 2025, is hereby enacted this 20th day of May, 2025. The mover and seconder, moved by Councilor Woods, seconded by Councilor Gray. Those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. And finally, adjournment, mover and seconder. Councilor Gray, seconded by Councilor Woods. Now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 6:06 p.m. So the regular council meeting of Tuesday, June 17th, 2025 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
We stand adjourned.